梁歌制作，桃花扇，作者清初戏曲家孔尚任。康熙甲子8月，蝶恋花，覆墨沾金，道袍，白须上，古董先生谁似我？非玉非铜，满面包浆果。
Production by Liang Gu. The author of Peach Blossom Fan is Kong Shangren, a dramatist in the early Qing dynasty. In the 8th month of the reign of Emperor Kangxi, Dai Lianhua, feather scarf, Taoist robe, white beard, who is like me, Mr. Antique. It's neither jade nor copper, it's covered in batter.
胜破残魂无半火，时人只笑何须躲。旧恨填胸一笔抹，欲酒逢歌随处留皆可。子笑尘中万事妥，休思更痴人参果。日离堂于世，花开甲子年。
The remnant soul has no partner, so why hide when people laugh at you? Fill your chest with old hatred and wipe it away with one stroke. You can leave it wherever you drink and sing. The remnant soul has no partner, so why hide when people laugh at you? Fill your chest with old hatred and wipe it away with one stroke. You can leave it wherever you drink and sing. Son, filial piety and loyalty, everything is done well. Don't even think about eating ginseng fruit.
山中无寇道，地上总神仙。老夫原是南京太常寺一个赞礼，爵位不尊，姓名可隐。最喜无祸无灾，活了97岁，阅历多少兴亡。
There are no bandits or thieves in the mountains, and there are always gods on earth. I was originally a Zansher from Taichung Temple in Nanjing. My title is disrespectful and my name can be withheld. The happiest thing is that there is no misfortune. I have lived for 97 years and experienced many ups and downs.
又到上元甲子，尧舜临轩，禹高在位，处处四民安乐，年年五谷丰登。今乃康熙23年，见了祥瑞12种。内问界，请问那几种祥瑞？
Went to Shang Yuan Jiazi again. Yao and Shun came to the throne, and Yu Gao was in power. The people everywhere were happy, and the grains were abundant every year. Today is the 23rd year of Kangxi's reign, and we have seen 12 kinds of auspiciousness. Nei Qianjia, what kinds of auspiciousness are there?
屈指界，河出图，洛出书，景星明，庆云县，甘露降，高雨灵，凤凰集，麒麟游，鸣夹发，知草生，海无波，黄河清。件件俱全，岂不可贺？老夫新逢盛世。
Chu Jijia, the river is out of pictures, Luo is out of books, the scenery is bright, the clouds are bright, the dew is falling, the rain is zero, the phoenixes are gathering, the unicorns are swimming, the pods are growing, the grass is growing, the sea is waveless, and the yellow river is clear. Everything is complete, why not congratulate you? I rejoice in the prosperous times.
到处遨游。昨在太平园中看一本新出传奇，名为《桃花扇》，就是明朝末年南京进士，借离合之情，写兴亡之感，时事时人，有凭有据。
Travel everywhere. Yesterday I was in the Taiping Garden and read a new legend called The Peach Blossom Fan, which is about recent events in Nanjing in the late Ming Dynasty. Using the feelings of separation and reunion, the story depicts the feelings of rise and fall, which is realistic and well-founded.
老夫不但耳闻，皆曾眼见，更可喜把老夫衰态也拉上了排场，做了一个覆墨角色，惹得俺哭一回，笑一回，怒一回，骂一回。那满座宾客，
I have not only heard it with my ears, I have seen it with my own eyes. What's even more gratifying is that the old man's bad appearance was brought into the scene and he played a minor role. He made me cry, laugh, get angry, and scold me once. It was full of guests.
怎晓得我老夫就是戏中之人？内，请问这本好戏是何人著作？答：列位不知，从来填词名家，不着姓氏。但看他有褒有贬，作春秋必赖祖传。
How do you know that my husband is the person in the play? Inside, may I ask who wrote this good play? Answer: You don't know, but I always write lyrics about famous people, without any last names. However, depending on whether he is praised or criticized, the spring and autumn period must rely on ancestral traditions.
可咏可歌，正雅颂岂无庭训？内，这等说来，一定是云亭山人了。答：你倒是那个来。内，今日灌场雅会，就要演这本传奇。你老记戏救人。
It can be chanted or sung, but how can it be true that there is no chord instruction in the elegance of the song? Inside, in this case, he must be from Yunting Mountain. Answer: Which one do you think is coming? Inside, today, at the Guanshan Club, we will perform this legend. You are still an old person.
又且听过新曲，何不把传奇始末预先铺叙一番，大家喜耳？答：有张道士的《满庭芳》词，歌来请教罢满庭芳公子侯生，莫陵乔玉。
And if you have heard the new song, why not narrate the beginning and end of the legend in advance to clear your ears? Answer: There are lyrics to a Man Ting Fong written by Taoist Zhang. Let me ask for advice on the song, Man Ting Fong. Young Master Ho Xing lives in Moling.
恰携南国佳人，谗言暗害，鸾凤亦消分。又值天翻地覆，据江淮藩镇纷纭。立昏主，征歌玄武，党祸起奸臣。梁元难再续，楼头激烈，玉底沉沦。
It's just the beauty of the southern country, the slanderous words and the assassination. The Luan and the Phoenix spend the night together. It was another time when the world was turned upside down, and there were many vassal towns in Jianghuai. A faint leader is established, songs and dances are recruited, and the party's troubles arise from treacherous ministers. It's hard to renew a good relationship, it's fierce at the top of the building, and it's sinking at the bottom of the prison.
却赖苏翁刘老解救殷勤，半夜军逃乡走，望烟波谁吊忠魂？桃花扇摘檀揉碎，我余指迷津。内妙妙，只是曲调铿锵，一时不能领会。
But I relied on Mr. Su Wang and Mr. Lu to rescue Yin Qin. In the middle of the night, we run away from each other. Who will show their loyalty to Yanbo? The peach blossom fan and the altar were crushed into pieces, and I was confused with the fingers. Inside, wonderful, wonderful, but the melody is sonorous and I can't understand it at the moment.
还求总括数句。答：待我说来，兼马软中外夫常见，乔柳苏往来牵密线，侯公子断除花月圆，张道士归结兴亡案。道犹未了，那公子早已登场。
Please summarize it in a few sentences. Answer: Let me tell you, the treacherous horse Wan Zhongwei hid his long sword, and the clever Liu Su came and went to draw the secret line. Master Ho cut off the relationship between the flowers and the moon, and Taoist Zhang concluded the rise and fall. Before the words were finished, the young master had already appeared on the scene.
列位请看，第一出，听拜崇祯癸未2月练芳春， 生如半上，孙楚楼边，莫愁湖上，又添几树垂杨。偏是江山胜处，九脉斜阳，勾引游人醉赏。
Please take a look. The first one is Tingzhan, Chongzhen Guiwei February, Lian Fong Chun, Xing Confucian dressed up. Beside Sun Chu Tower and on Macho Lake, there are a few more weeping poplar trees. It is a scenic spot in the country, where wine is sold in the setting sun to seduce tourists to enjoy it drunkenly.
学金粉南朝模样，暗思想，那些鹰癫艳狂，官审兴亡。这乎天，愿静除寒睡起迟，莫令人老看花时。成帘小雨枯林树，将待春潮坏典基。商往事。
Learn from the Jinfen southern dynasties. I secretly thought that those birds and beasts were very important to their success and failure. Partridge sky, the courtyard is quiet and the kitchen is cold, and I get up late from a cold sleep. The people of Moling are always looking at flowers, hurt the past.
写新词，客愁乡梦乱如丝。不知烟水西村社，燕子今年宿傍谁？小生姓侯，名方玉，表字朝宗，中州归德人也。仪门谱牒，良苑官长，先祖太长。
Writing new words makes me feel homesick and sleepy. I wonder who Yan Shui West Village will stay with this year. Xiaosheng's surname is Ho, his given name is Fangyu, his courtesy name is Chaozong, and he is a native of Guide, Zhongzhou. Yaimen genealogy certificate, Liang Yuan Guanchang. The ancestors are too often.
家父司徒，九树东林之志，选诗云间，征文白下，新登复社之坛。早岁青词，吐出班香宋艳，中年浩气，流成苏海寒潮。人临耀华之功，偏移复久。
My father, Situ, has long established the banner of Donglin. He selects poems in the clouds, submits essays in vain, and newly ascends to the altar of Fusha. When he was young, his poetry became clear, and he exuded the fragrance of Song dynasty. In his middle age, his heroic spirit flowed into Su Hai and Han Chao. When one is near the palace of Yao Hua, it is preferable to give him wine.
家近洛阳知县，不愿栽花。自去年壬午，南为下地，便巧遇这莫愁湖畔。烽烟未尽，家信难通，不觉又是仲春时候。你看，碧草沾天。
My home is near Luoyang County, and I don't want to plant flowers. Since Renwu last year, I have been living in Nanwixiati by the Macho Lake. The war smoke has not subsided, it is difficult to communicate with family letters, and it is mid-spring again before I know it. Look, the green grass sticks to the sky.
谁是还乡之伴？黄尘匝地，独为避乱之人。叹介，莫愁，莫愁，教安怎生不愁也？幸喜社有陈定生、吴次伟，寓在蔡驿所书坊，时常往来，颇不寂寞。
Who is the companion who returns home? The yellow dust is the only one who avoids chaos. Sigh, don't worry, don't worry. Teach me how to live without worries. Fortunately, my friends Chen Dingsheng and Wu Ziwei live in Kai Sua's bookstore, and they often visit each other, so they are not lonely.
今日约到野城道院，同看梅花，须所早去。兰花梅乍暖风烟满江香，花里行厨携着浴缸，笛声吹乱客中场，没过乌衣巷，是别姓人家新画梁。
Today I have an appointment to go to Yeqing Taoist Temple to see the plum blossoms together, so I need to go early. Lazy thrush, A warm breeze fills the countryside, and there are kitchens and jade pots in the flowers. The sound of flutes disturbs the hearts of the guests, and no one can go past Wui Lane, where there is a newly painted beam for a family with a different surname.
夏末，小生如半上前腔，王气金陵见雕商，皮鼓旌旗何处忙？怕随梅柳渡春江。末，小生宜兴陈真会是也。小生贵池无应机是也。莫问介。
Bottom. At the end, Xiao Xingru plays the role of Confucian scholar. Qinxiang, the king's energy in Jinling is gradually withering. Where are the drums and flags busy? Afraid to cross the spring river with plum willows. And Shaoxing Yixing Chen Jinhui is also. Shaoxing Gui Qi Wuingji is also. Mo Wenjia.
次兄可知流寇消息吗？小生昨见底抄，流寇连败官兵，渐逼京师。那宁南侯左良玉还军襄阳，中原无人，大事已不可问。我辈且看春光。呵。
Does the second brother know the news about the rogue bandits? Shaoxing, yesterday I saw the raids in the residence. The bandits defeated the officers and soldiers in a row and gradually forced the capital. Then Zhuo Liangyu, Marquis of Ningnan, returned to Xiangyang. There is no one in the Central Plains, and important matters can no longer be asked. Let us just wait and see the spring. Combine.
吴主春飘荡，风雨梨花催小庄。升上相见界，请了两位社兄，果然早到。小生岂敢爽约？末，小弟已着人打扫道院，沽酒相待。复敬半家同忙上。
The masterless spring floats, and the wind and rain destroy the pear blossoms at dawn. Introduction to the meeting in life, please. The two brothers from the club arrived early as expected. Shaoxing, how dare you break the appointment? And, the younger brother has sent people to clean the Taoist temple and treat them with wine. Vice President pretends to be a house boy and gets busy.
节寒嫌酒冷，花好饮人多。禀相公，来迟了，请回罢。莫，怎么来迟了？父敬，魏府徐公子要请客看花，一座大大道院早已占满了。生既是这等。
During the cold season, the wine is too cold, and the flowers attract many people. Sir, I'm late, please come back. And, why are you late? Vice Jing, Mr. Su of the Wei Mansion wanted to treat guests to see flowers, and a large courtyard was already occupied. Is like this.
且到秦淮水榭一访佳丽，倒也有趣。小生依我说，不必远去。兄可知道泰州柳敬亭说书最妙，曾鉴赏于吴桥范大司马同城和老相国。
It's also interesting to visit the Qinhuai Waterside Pavilion and visit the beauties. Shaoxing, I tell you, there is no need to go far. Brother, do you know that Lu Jingting of Taizhou is the most wonderful storyteller? He has been seen and admired by Fan Dasima of Wuqiao and Heloxiangguo of Tongcheng.
闻他在此坐遇，何不同往一听，消遣春愁？莫，这也好。生怒解，那柳麻子新做了燕儿软胡子的门客，这样人说书，不听也罢了。小生兄还不知。
I heard that he stayed here. Why not go there and listen to it to relieve your spring sorrow? And, that's good. Angrily, that Lu Matzi has become the eunuch Ruan Huzi's new retainer. It's just that people like this tell stories and don't listen. Shaoxing, brother doesn't know yet.
软胡子漏网余生，不肯退藏，还在这里蓄养生计，劫纳朝参。小弟做了一篇刘都防乱的揭帖，公讨其罪。那班门客才晓得他是摧魏逆党。
Wanhuzi escaped from the net for the rest of his life and refused to retreat. He still cultivated his vocal skills here and befriended the court gentry. My younger brother made a post about staying in the capital to prevent chaos, and publicly denounced his crimes. Only then did the disciples know that he was Cui Wei and rebelled against the party.
不待曲终，拂衣散尽。这柳麻子也在其内，岂不可敬？生经界，啊呀！竟不知此辈中也有豪杰，该去物色的。同行界前腔先愿参差弄生黄。
Don't wait for the song to end, the clothes will be scattered. This Lu Matzi is also among them, isn't it disrespectful? Shocked. Ah. I didn't know that there are heroes in this generation, and I should look for them. Introduced by colleagues. Qinxiang, Xianyuan plays the Xing recital in various ways.
人住深深丹洞旁，闲将双眼月沧桑。父敬，此间事了，待我叫门。教界，柳麻子在家吗？漠河界，都。他是江湖名士，称他柳相公才是。父敬又教界。
People live next to a deep cave, and they can read the vicissitudes of life with their leisurely eyes. Vice Jing, this is it. Wait until I call the door. Call Jia, is Lu Matzi at home? Finally drink introduction, ouch. He is a famous person in the world, and he is called Prime Minister Lu. Fujing is also called Jia.
柳相公开门，丑小帽，海青，白髯，半柳径庭上，门掩青苔长，画酒乔鱼来到房。见介，原来是臣，吴二位相公，老汉失迎了。问声介，此位何人？莫。
Prime Minister Lu opened the door. Ugly little hat, sea green, white beard, dressed as Lu Jingting in the pavilion, moss grows on the door cover. It is said that the old woodcutter and fisherman came to the Taoist house. Meet the introduction. It turned out to be Chen and Wu, the two husbands. The old man was not welcomed. Ask Xingjia, who is this? End. Prime Minister Lu opened the door. Ugly little hat, sea green, white beard, dressed as Lu Jingting in the pavilion, moss grows on the door cover. It is said that the old woodcutter and fisherman came to the Taoist house. Meet the introduction. It turned out to be Chen and Wu, the two husbands. The old man was not welcomed. Ask Xingjia, who is this? End.
这是必有河南侯朝宗，当今名士，九牧清谈，特来领教。朝，不敢不敢，请坐献茶。坐介是丑，相公都是读书君子，什么《史记》《通鉴》。
This is my friend Ho Chaozong of Hunan, a well-known person today, who has long admired the conversation and came here to learn from me. Ugly, don't dare. Please sit down and offer tea. Sitting in the introduction, ugly, my husband is both a scholar and a gentleman. What about historical records and Tongjian?
不曾看书，倒来听老汉的俗谈。只见，你看前腔废院枯松靠着颓墙，春雨如丝宫草香，六朝兴废怕思量。古板轻轻放。沾泪说书儿女长。圣
I didn't know him well, but I listened to the old man's common talk. Introduction. Look. Qinxiang, the withered pine tree leans against the decaying wall in the abandoned garden. The spring rain is as fragrant as silk and the grass in the palace is fragrant. I am afraid of thinking about the rise and fall of the 6 dynasties. The drum board is gently placed, and the story is told with tears in the children's intestines. Born.
不必过谦，就求赐教。丑，既蒙光降，老汉也不敢推辞，只怕演绎盲词，难入尊耳。没奈何，且把相公们读的《论语》说一章罢。生，这也奇了。
Don't be too humble, just ask for advice. Ugly, since he was given the honor, the old man did not dare to refuse. He was afraid that the blind words of the novel would be difficult to understand. I have no choice but to tell you a chapter of the Analects of Confucius that my husband is reading. Student, this is also strange.
论语如何说的？丑笑介相公说的，老汉就说不得。今日偏要贾思文说他一回。上座敲鼓板说书界问于何事栖壁山，笑而不答心自闲。
What does the Analects of Confucius say? Chou Xiaojia, my husband can say it, but the old man can't. Today I have to pretend to be polite and say something to him. Sit down and beat the drum board to tell the story. Ask me what's going on living in the Green Mountains. Smile without answering and feel at ease.
桃花流水杳然去，别有天地非人间。拍醒木说界，敢告列位，今日所说不是别的，是申鲁3家欺君之罪，表恐圣人正乐之功。当时鲁道衰微。
The peach blossoms and flowing water disappear, and there is no other world than this world. Beating the wood to tell the story, I dare to tell you that what I said today is nothing else. It is the sin of the 3 families of Shen and Lu who deceived the king, and it represents the merits of the sage Confucius and his happiness. At that time, Lu Dao was in decline.
人心渐切，我夫子自谓反鲁，然后乐正。那些乐官恍然大悟，愧悔交集，一个个东奔西走，把那权臣世家闹哄哄的戏场顷刻冰冷。
People's hearts are full of robbers, so my master defends himself and rebels against Lu, and then he is happy to be righteous. The music officials suddenly realized this, and they were filled with regrets and regrets. They ran around one by one, turning the bustling theater with powerful officials into a cold place.
你说圣人的手段厉害呀，不厉害？神妙呀，不神妙？敲鼓板唱界古词一，自古圣人手段能，他会呼风唤雨，撒豆成兵，见一伙乱臣无礼教歌舞。
Do you think the saints' methods are good or bad? Isn't it wonderful? Knock on the drum board and sing the introduction. Drum Lyrics 1. Since ancient times, saints have been capable of making waves, and they can summon wind and rain, and spread beans to make soldiers. I saw a group of rebellious ministers teaching me songs and dances in a disrespectful manner.
使了个些小方法，弄得他精打精。正排着低品走狗奴才队，都做了高洁清风大英雄。拍醒木说界，那太师明智，他第一个先试了起。
I used some small tricks to make him energetic. A team of low-grade lackeys and slaves are lining up, and they have all become heroes of Qingfeng Qingfeng. Patting Xingmu to introduce, the Grand Master's name was Ji, and he was the first to get ready.
他为何事起？听俺道来。敲鼓板唱界古词2，好一个为头为领的太师制。他说：可俺为甚的替壮3家景阳中，往常时瞎了眼睛在泥窝里混，
Why is he suitable? Listen to me. Knocking on the drum board and singing the introduction. Drum lyrics 2. Such a leader and leader, Grand Master Ji, said, Ahem, why do I knock the Jingyang bell of the three houses? As usual, blind and wandering in the mud.
到如今抖起身子去个清，大撒脚步正往东北走，合伙了个敬重老先才显俺的名。管喜的孔子3月望肉味，景公擦泪侧着耳听。
Now I shook myself up to take a look. Dasha was walking towards the northeast, and he made a name for himself with Mr. Jingzhong. Confucius, who was in charge of happiness, forgot about the taste of meat for 3 months, and Duke Jingong wiped his tears and listened attentively.
那贼臣就吃了豹子心肝熊的胆，也不敢到姜太公家里去拿月宫。拍醒木说界，管亚饭的明干试了楚，管三饭的明辽试了菜。
The thief minister took the courage of the leopard and dared not go to Jiang Taigong's house to get the musicians. Pat Xingmu Shuajia, the name Qian in charge of Yafan is suitable for Chu, the name Liao in charge of Sanfan is suitable for Kai.
管四饭的明缺试了秦，这3人为何也去了？听我道来。敲鼓板唱界古词3，这一班劝善的乐官不见了领队长，一个个各寻门路奔前程。
The lack of the title of being in charge of 4 meals suited Qin. Why did these 3 people go too? Listen to me. Knocking on the drum board and singing the introduction. Drum lyrics 3. This group of music officers who encouraged the meal had lost their leader, and everyone was looking for their own way to make their own way.
亚帆说：“乱臣堂上多着碗，俺倒去吹吹打打服侍着他听。你看咱长官子去齐邦，谁敢去找？我也投那雄毅大王，以仗他的威风。”三范说
Yafan said, There are bowls in the hall of the rebellious ministers, and I went to listen to him by playing and beating. Do you think who of our officers would dare to look for him when he goes to Qi State? I will also vote for King Xiong Yi and rely on his majesty. Sanfan said.
河南蔡国虽然小，那堂堂的中原紧靠着京城。四范说：“远望西秦有天子气，那强兵营里我去抓响征。”一起说：“你每日倚着塞门庄子使唤俺。”
Although Kaigua in Hunan is small, the majestic Central Plains is close to the capital. Sifan said, From afar, western Qin has the spirit of an emperor. Although Kaigua in Hunan is small, the majestic Central Plains is close to the capital. Sifan said, From afar, western Qin has the spirit of an emperor. I will go catch the zither in the strong barracks. They all said together, You lean on the gate post to call me every day.
今以后叫你闻着俺的风声，脑子疼。拍醒木说界，击鼓的鸣方书入于河，波涛的鸣舞入于汉，少师鸣扬，击磬的鸣香入于海。
From now on, your brain will hurt if you smell my wind. Pai Xingmu Shuajia, the drummer's name was Uncle Fong, who entered the river. Bucha's name was Wu, who entered the Han dynasty. The young master's name was Yang, and the chime player's name was Xiang, who entered the sea.
这4人另有个去法，听俺道来。敲鼓板唱界古词4，这击磬擂鼓的3、4位。他说：“你丢下这乱纷纷的排场，俺也干不成。”
These 4 people have another way to get rid of them. Listen to me. Beating the drum board and singing the introduction. Drum lyrics 4. The 3 or 4 people who were beating the chimes and beating the drum said, I can't do it even if you leave this chaotic scene.
您嫌这里乱鬼当家，别处寻主，只怕到那里低三下四，还干就迎上。俺们一叶扁舟桃源路，这才是江湖满地几个渔翁。拍醒木说戒。
You think the troubled man here is looking for his master elsewhere, and you're just afraid that he will be a lowly person and continue to do his old job. We are in a boat on Taoyuan Road. This is where the rivers and lakes are filled with a few fishermen. Shooting Xingmu Shosuk.
这4个人去得好，去得妙，去得有意思。听他说些甚的？敲鼓板唱借古词舞。他说：“10丈珊瑚映日红，珍珠捧着水晶宫，龙王留俺宫中宴。”
These 4 people had a good trip, a wonderful trip, and an interesting trip. Did you hear what he said? Knocking on the These 4 people had a good trip, a wonderful trip, and an interesting trip. Did you hear what he said? Knocking on the drum board and singing the introduction, Drum Lyrics 5, he said, 10 feet of coral reflect the sun red, pearls hold the crystal palace, and the dragon king stays in my palace for a banquet.
那金童玉女不比凡童，凤箫像管龙吟戏，可教人家吹打着俺们才听。那贼臣就溜着河边来赶俺，这万里烟波路也不明。
That golden boy and beautiful girl are no different. The phoenix flute is like a pipe and the dragon sings softly, but we can only listen to it when it is played. The thief came to catch me by sneaking along the river, and the road was unknown for thousands of miles.
莫道山高水远无知己，你看海角天涯都有俺救弟兄。全要打破纸窗看世界，亏得那位神灵提出俺火坑，凭世上沧海变田，田变海。
There are no friends in the mountains and rivers. You see, my old brothers are everywhere. I have to break the paper window to see the world, but thanks to the God who brought me a pit of fire, the vast seas in the world turn into fields and fields into seas.
俺那老师傅只管朦胧着两眼定六经，说完起戒，献丑献丑，莫妙极妙极。如今应制讲义，那能如此痛快，真绝技也。小生敬亭才出软架。
My teacher father just closed his eyes and meditated on the 6 classics. After speaking, show your ugliness, show your ugliness. And, wonderful, wonderful. Now we should make handouts. How can it be so enjoyable? What a unique skill. Shaosheng, respect Ting just left the Ruan family.
不肯别投主人，故此现身说法。生，俺看敬亭人品高绝，胸襟洒脱，是我辈中人，说书乃其余继耳。解三省，生末小生暗红尘霎时雪亮。
He refused to surrender to his master, so he showed up to speak out. Sheng, I think Jingting is a man of great character and free and easy-minded. He is a member of my generation. Storytelling is the only other skill he has. Jia Sanqing, Mo, Shaosheng, the dark red dust suddenly becomes bright.
热春光一阵冰凉，清白人会算糊涂账。童笑界，这笑骂风流跌宕，一声拍板闻而立，三下渔阳凯以康。丑，重来访，但是桃花坞处问俺渔郎。
The hot spring light is cold for a while, and innocent people will make up their minds. Introduction to the same laughter. The laughter and scolding are full of ups and downs. The sound of the slap is gentle and sharp, and the 3 strokes of the fishing sun are generous. Ugly came to visit again, but the peach blossom was in the wrong place, so I asked my fisherman.
生问界，昨日同出阮牙，是那几位朋友？丑，都已散去，只有善欧的苏昆生还与比邻。生，也要奉访，上望同来赐教。丑，自然奉拜的。丑。
Sheng Wenjia, yesterday we went out to Wanyamen. How many of our friends were they? Ugly, have all dispersed, and only Su Kuansheng, who is good at praising, still lives next to him. Sheng also wants to pay a visit, hoping to come with him and teach him. Ugly, worship naturally. Ugly.
歌声歇处以斜阳，末盛有残花隔院香小生，无数楼台无数草生，清潭霸业两茫茫。第二出船歌鬼味2月秋夜月。
The sun has set where the singing rests, and, at the end, there are residual flowers that are fragrant across the courtyard. Shaosheng, there are countless buildings and countless grass. Sheng talks about hegemony and vastness. The second part, Chuanga, Guiwei February, autumn night moon.
小旦欠装扮宝记李真丽上，身画眉，不把红楼闭。长板桥头垂杨戏，丝丝牵惹游人起。将征弦谨记，把声囊巧制。梨花似雪草如烟。
Xiao Danxian is dressed up as a bustard, Li Zhenli, Part 1. Her eyebrows are dark and the red building is not closed. The poplars hanging thinly at the end of the long plank bridge are tempting tourists to ride on them. Tie the zither strings tightly and make the sheng pouch skillfully. Pear blossoms are like snow and grass are like smoke.
春在秦淮两岸边，一带庄楼临水盖，家家分影照婵娟。妾身姓李，表字真丽，烟花妙步，风月明斑，生长旧院之中，迎送长桥之上，铅华未泄。
Spring is on both sides of the Qinhuai River. The makeup buildings in the area are close to the water, and the shadows of each house are reflected in the moonlight. My surname is Li, my surname is Zhenli. I am a member of the fireworks department, and a famous class in Fengyue. I grew up in the old courtyard, on the long bridge for greetings and farewells, and the plum blossoms have not faded.
风韵犹存，养成一个假女，温柔纤小，才配玳瑁之言，婉转娇羞，微入芙蓉之帐。这里有位罢职县令，叫做杨龙友，乃凤阳督府马士英的妹夫。
The charm remains. She was raised as a fake girl, gentle and slender, only to accompany the tortoiseshell banquet. She was subtle and shy, but she had not entered the hibiscus tent. The charm remains. She was raised as a fake girl, gentle and slender, only to accompany the tortoiseshell banquet. She was subtle and shy, but she had not entered the hibiscus tent. There is a dismissed county magistrate here, named Yang Longyu, who is the brother-in-law of Ma Shiying, the governor of Fengyang.
原作光禄阮大成的蒙弟，常到院中夸俺孩，要替他招客殊龙。今日春光明媚，敢带好来也。教界丫鬟卷帘扫地，伺候客来。内应界晓得。
I used to be a confederate of Guanglu and Wandashang. He often came to the courtyard to praise my child, and wanted to attract guests for his grooming. The spring is bright today, I dare to wait for the good times. Called Jia is a servant girl who rolls up the curtains, sweeps the floor, and waits for the guests. Nyingjia, got it.
末半杨文聪上，三山景色工图画，六代风流入品题。下官杨文聪，表字龙友，以榜县令，罢职闲居。 这秦淮铭记里真丽，是俺就好，趁此春光。
At the end of the painting, Yang Wen Song, Part 1, provided pictures of the scenery of the three mountains, and wrote inscriptions based on the style of the 6 dynasties. The lower official Yang Wen Song, whose cousin is Long Yu, is the magistrate of Ibang County. He has resigned from his... At the end of the painting, Yang Wen Song, Part 1, provided pictures of the scenery of the three mountains, and wrote inscriptions based on the style of the 6 dynasties. The lower official Yang Wen Song, whose cousin is Long Yu, is the magistrate of Ibang County. He has resigned from his post and is living idle. This famous prostitute in Qinhuai, Li Zhenli, is an old friend of mine.
访他闲话，来此以事，不免进入。入见真娘那里，见见，好呀。你看眉前已落，柳线才黄，软软浓浓，一院春色，叫俺如何消遣也？小旦，正是。
Visit him to chat. When you come here, you can't help but enter. Introduction. Where is Zhenyang? Meet the introduction, okay. You see, the plum blossoms have fallen, the willow threads are just yellow, soft and thick, and the spring scenery in the courtyard tells me how to entertain myself. Xiaodan, exactly.
请到小楼焚香煮茗，赏见诗篇罢。莫，极妙了。登楼界，连闻龙驾鸟，花影护盆鱼。看见这是令爱庄楼，他往那里去了。小旦，小庄未尽，尚在卧房。
Please come to the small building to burn incense, make tea, and appreciate the poems. And, it's wonderful. Introduction to the climbing tower. There are birds in the cages with curtain patterns, and fish in the basins are protected by the shadows of flowers. Looking at the introduction, this is Ling Ai's makeup store. Where did he go? Xiaodan has not yet finished her makeup and is still in the bedroom.
莫，请他出来。小旦换届，孩儿出来，杨老爷在此。莫看四壁上诗篇界都是些民工题赠，却也难得。背手银额界前腔，但燕庄上香梦回。
And, ask him to come out. Xiaodan calls out, come out, baby, Master Yang is here. Finally look at the introduction of poems on the 4 walls. They are all gifts from famous people, but they are also rare. Ing with hands behind the back. And, ask him to come out. Xiaodan calls out, come out, baby, Master Yang is here. Finally look at the introduction of poems on the 4 walls. They are all gifts from famous people, but they are also rare. Ing with hands behind the back. Qinxiang, Danyan makeup is put on, Zhang Mengui.
才褪红鸢背，重点弹唇胭脂腻，匆匆挽个抛家髻。这春愁怎替？那心思且记。见见，老爷万福。莫，几日不见，一发标致了。这些诗篇赞得不差。
The red mandarin duck quilt just faded. The key point is that her lips are rouged and she hastily put on a bun. How can I replace this spring sorrow? Let me remember the new words. Meet the introduction. Good luck, sir. Last, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I am getting more and more beautiful. These psalms are not bad.
又看经界，呀，张天如、夏一众这般大民工都有题赠。下官也少不得合韵一首。小旦送笔砚戒，莫把比酒银戒，做他不过，索性藏拙。
Look at the introduction again, yeah. Famous officials such as Zhang Tianru and Xia Yizhong all had inscriptions and poems on them, and lower officials also often had a rhyme with them. Xiao Dan presented a pen and inkstone to introduce. The last pen was introduced for a long time. I can't do it for him, so I just hide my clumsiness.
描写墨兰竖笔，点缀素笔罢。小旦更妙。莫看毕界，这是蓝田书画的全诗。呀，就写蓝于石旁，借他的衬贴也好。画界梧桐树，灵纹素笔绘。
Just write a few strokes of ink orchid to embellish the plain wall. Xiao Dan, even better. Looking at the introduction at the end, this is the fist stone painted by Uncle Lantian. Ah. Just write orchid next to the stone, or borrow his background. Introduction to the painting, Pudong tree silk pattern plain wall glow.
写出骚人志，嫩叶相包，与困烟痕醉。一拳宣石墨花碎，几点苍苔乱染气。远看界，也还将就得去，怎比元人潇洒墨兰意，名机恰好相兰配。
Write a poem to a poet. The young leaves are fragrant, and the smoke marks are drunk in the rain. With one punch, the graphite flowers were broken into pieces, and a few moss stained the brickwork. Looking from a distance, I have to go as soon as I can. How can I compare to the people of Yuan dynasty who are more chic and elegant, and their names are exactly like Xianglan Pei?
小旦真明笔，替俺妆楼声色多矣。莫见笑，向旦介请教尊号，就此落款。旦年幼无号，小旦就求老爷赏他2字罢。莫思介左传云
Xiaodan, Zenshin's famous pen brings a lot of color to my makeup store. And laugh at you. Xiang Danjia asked for the title and signed it. Dan is young and has no number. Xiaodan just asked the master to reward him with 2 words. Mo Sijia, Zhuan says.
兰有国香，人弗媚之，就叫他湘君何如？小旦甚妙。湘君过来谢了。但拜见，多谢老爷。莫笑界连楼名都有了。落款界崇祯鬼味仲春。
Orchid has the fragrance of the country, and people admire it. How about calling him Xiang Jun? Xiao Dan, that's wonderful. Xiang Jun came over to thank you. Dan Baijia, thank you, sir. Mo Xiaojia, even the name of the building is there. Signature, Chongjin Guiwei Zhongchuan.
偶写墨兰愚昧香楼，博湘君一笑。贵祝杨文聪。小旦写画俱佳，可成双绝。多谢了。剧作界墨，我看湘君国色第一，只不知技艺若何。小旦
I occasionally wrote about Mo Lan in Meixiang Tower, and Mr. Buxiang smiled. Guizhu Yang Wen Song. Xiaodan is good at both writing and painting, which can be said to be the best in both worlds. Thank you very much. Kuzasuk, and I think Shangjuan is the best in beauty, but I don't know what his skills are. Xiaodan.
一向教养惯了，不曾学习。前日才请一位清客传他词曲，莫是那个小旦就叫什么苏昆生。莫苏昆生本姓周，是河南人，寄居无锡。
I have always been pampered and never learned. Just the day before yesterday, I invited a Qing guest to pass on his lyrics and music. And, is that one? Xiaodan, is called Su Kuansheng. And Su Kuansheng, whose surname is Zhou, is from Hunan and lives in Wuxi.
一向相熟的，果然是个名手。问界传的那套词曲，小旦就是玉明堂四梦。莫学会多少了？小旦才将《牡丹亭》学了半本。换界孩儿。
I have always been familiar with him, and he is indeed a famous player. Ask the introduction, which set of lyrics and music was passed down. Xiaodan is Four Dreams in Yumingtang. And how much have you learned? Xiaodan has just learned half of The Peony Pavilion. Called Child.
杨老爷不是外人，取出曲本，快快温习。待你师傅对过，好上新腔。但皱眉界有课在做，只是学歌怎地？小旦，好傻话，我们门户人家舞袖歌群。
Mr. Yang is not an outsider, so he took out his songbook and reviewed it quickly. Wait until your master confronts you so that you can adopt a new accent. Dan frowned. There are guests sitting here, just learning to sing. Xiaodan, what a silly thing to say. We are from a family with dancing sleeves and singing skirts.
吃饭装豚，你不肯学歌，闲着做神。但看剧本界前腔，小旦生来粉黛尾，跳入樱花队，一串歌喉是俺今前地。莫将红豆轻抛弃。
Eat at Zhuangtuan. You don't want to learn songs, so you have nothing to do in your spare time. Read the introduction to the song by Dan. Qinxiang, Xiao Dan, was born in pink and white, jumped into the Yinghua team, and has a string of singing voices that are my money. Don't throw away red beans lightly.
学究小风残月坠，缓拍红牙夺了宜春翠。门前记住王孙佩，净点金褶子伴苏昆生上，闲来翠管调鹦鹉，懒去朱门看牡丹。
Learn from the dawn wind and the waning moon falls, slowly pat the red teeth, seize the Yichuan green, and tie the king's and grandson's bridle in front of the door. Clean the flat towel and pleats, pretend to be Su Kuansheng. When I am not busy, I come to the Tsueguan to play parrots, and when I am too lazy, I go to the Zhumen to see the peonies.
在下故使苏昆生是也，自出软牙，便投妓院，做着美人的教习，不强似做那一子的帮闲吗？进入见界，杨老爷在此，久违了。莫，昆老恭喜。
I'm Gushy Su Kuansheng. After leaving the Ruan Yamen, he went to a brothel. Isn't it better to be the tutor of this beauty than to be the helper of the adopted son? Unexpectedly, he entered the meeting room. Mr. Yang is here. It's been a long time. I'm Gushy Su Kuansheng. After leaving the Ruan Yamen, he went to a brothel. Isn't it better to be the tutor of this beauty than to be the helper of the adopted son? Unexpectedly, he entered the meeting room. Mr. Yang is here. It's been a long time. And congratulations to Mr. Kuan.
收了一个绝代的门生。小旦，苏师傅来了，孩儿见礼。但拜戒敬，免劳罢。问界，昨日学的曲子可曾记熟了？但记熟了。敬，趁着杨老爷在座。
He took in a peerless disciple. Xiaodan, Master Su is here, and the child is greeted. Dan Baijia, pure, just don't have to work. Ask the introduction. Have you memorized the music you learned yesterday? Dan, memorized by heart. Jing, while Mr. Yang is sitting.
随我对来， 好求指示。末正要领教，竟但对作唱介造罗袍，原来姹紫嫣红开遍，似这般都赋予断井颓垣。良辰美景奈何天，竟错了。
Come with me for instructions. End is about to learn. Jing and Dan sit opposite each other and sing. Zao Luo Pao used to be in full bloom, but like this it was left with ruined wells and ruined walls. Good times and beautiful scenery, but the sky is wrong, net wrong.
美字一板，奈字一板，不可连下去。另来，良辰美景奈何天，赏心乐事谁家院？朝飞暮卷，云霞翠轩，雨丝风片，竟又不是了，思字是雾头。
The word beautiful is on the same board, and the word nigh is on the board, and they cannot be continued. Come to another place. Good times and beautiful scenery are in the sky, and whose home is the pleasure? Flying in the morning and rolling in the evening, the clouds are green and the pavilion is green, the rain is falling and the wind is falling, net is no longer the word, silk is the first thing to do.
要在嗓子内唱，雨丝风片，烟波画船，仅凭人推看的这韶光剑，静妙妙，是的很了，往下来。好姐姐，便青山提红了杜鹃，荼蘼外烟丝最软。
Sing in your throat. The rain is falling, the wind is falling, the mist is painting boats. The people of Jinping find this time very despicable. Jing, wonderful. Yes, come down. Good sister, the cuckoos are singing red all over the green hills, and the tobacco outside the tea leaves is soft with alcohol.
牡丹虽好，它春归怎占得先？竟这句略生些，再来一遍。牡丹虽好，它春归怎占得先？咸宁畔，声声燕语鸣如剪，粒粒莺声溜得圆。静，好。
Although peonies are good, how can they take advantage of them when they return in spring? Jing, this sentence is a bit unfamiliar, let's say it again. Although peonies are good, how can they take advantage of them when they return in spring? Looking forward leisurely, the words of the swallows are as clear as the wind, and the sound of the orioles is round and round. Net, good.
又完一折了。莫对小旦介，可喜另爱聪明的紧，不愁不是一个名妓里。向敬介，昨日会着侯司徒的公子侯朝宗，客囊颇富，又有才名。
Another complete discount. Last to Xiao Dongjia, fortunately, your wife is smart, so she doesn't have to worry about being a famous prostitute. Xiang Jingjia, yesterday I met Ho Chaozong, the son of Ho Situ. He has a rich guest purse and is famous for his talents.
正在这里物色名书，坤老知道吗？竟他是碧乡世家，果然大才。莫这段姻缘不可错过的。锁窗寒，破瓜避雨佳期，唱交歌，戏马骑，缠头至紧。
Looking for famous ladies here. Does Mr. Kuan know? Jing, he comes from a well-established family in our hometown and is indeed a great talent. And this marriage cannot be missed. Soa Chuanhan, it's a good time to break the melons and jade, sing charming songs, and ride on fine horses. Throw brocade around your head.
携手清杯，崔庄宴聚，迎婚游碧。配他公子千金体，年年不放软郎归，买宅桃叶春水。小旦，这样公子肯来梳笼，好得紧了。
Let's drink together hand in hand. Use makeup and beautiful words to welcome the wedding. Equipped with his son's daughter's body, Ruan Lang will not be allowed to return every year, and he will buy a house with peach leaves and spring water. Xiaodan, if the young master is willing to comb it, it will be so tight.
只求杨老爷极力帮衬，成此好事。莫自然在心的。尾声，小旦，长诸女好诸难比，学得新英恰恰体，春所重门人谓之。如此春光，不可虚度。
I just asked Mr. Yang to do his best to help me achieve this good thing. And it's natural in the heart. And, Xiaodan, the beauty of a girl in the palm of your hand is hard to compare with. You can learn the new oriole's cries, and the people in the Springlock family are unknown. This kind of springtime cannot be wasted.
我们楼下小酌吧。莫有趣。同行界莫苏小莲前花满旗，小旦阴酣雁懒歌春滴，旦红绡裹下樱桃柯，径好待攀车过向西。第三出，哄丁。
Let's have a drink downstairs. And interesting. Introduced by colleagues. And the flower bed is full of flowers in front of Su Xiaoyan, Xiaodan. The orioles are singing and the swallows are lazy across the spring embankment. Duan, the cherries are wrapped in red silk net. It is good to treat Pan's car pass through the west lane. The third part, coaxing.
癸未3月，复净，丑办二坛户上，复净，祖斗传家铺排户，丑，祖父。复净，各坛祭器有号布，丑，茶树。复净，说望开门点蜡炬，丑，扫路。复净。
In the third month of Guiwei, Fu Jing and Chou pretend to be on the second altar. Fu Jing, Zhu Dou is heirloom to the household, Chou, grandfather. Fu Jing, each altar and sacrificial vessel has a number book, Yuji, check the number. Vice Jing, opens the door at the end of the lunar month and lights the candle, and Chou, sweeps the road. Vice Purity.
归营祭酒早禁暑，丑，休务。丑，怎么只说这样没体面的话？傅敬，你会说，让你说来。丑，四季官粮进户部，傅敬，夸父。丑，红墙绿瓦合家住，傅敬。
Kneel down to welcome the sacrificial wine and enter the office early. Ugly, don't miss it. Ugly, why do you just say such shameless words? Vice Purifier, you can say it, let me tell you. Ugly, the 4 seasons are closed to the household department, and Vice Jing boasts about wealth. Ugly, red walls and green tiles for the whole family, Vice Clean.
娶妇，丑，干柴只靠一把锯，傅敬，偷树。丑，一年到头不吃素，傅敬，腌作。丑，翠，你接的不好，倒底露出角色来。同校界，咱们南京国子监铺排户。
Take a wife. Ugly, makes firewood with only a saw, Vice Jing, steals trees. Ugly, does not eat vegetarian food all year round, Fu Jing, pickles glutinous rice. Ugly, spit. If you don't pick it up well, your role will be revealed. Tong Xiaojia, we are the tenants of Nanjing Imperial College.
苦熬6个月，今日又是仲春丁期。太常寺早已送到祭品，待俺摆设起来。牌桌界傅敬，立，早，欠，灵，真。朝，牛，羊，猪，兔，鹿。傅敬，鱼，禽，鲸，笋，鸠。 朝盐酒。
After 6 months of hard work, today is mid-spring again. Taichung Temple has already sent the sacrifices, waiting for me to decorate them. Pie table introduction. Vice net, chestnut, jujube, Gordon, water chestnut, and hazelnut. Ugly, cow, sheep, pig, rabbit, deer. Vice purity, fish, celery, greens, bamboo shoots, and leeks. Ugly, salt, wine.
夏伯卓，附近一件也不少，仔细看着，不要叫赞里们偷吃，寻我们的晦气呀、覆没半老赞里岸上，翠，你袒护不偷就够了，倒赖我们。附近拱戒。
Incense, silk, and candles. Vice purifier, there are not many of them. Look at them carefully and don't let the praisers steal them to make us regretful. The deputy pretends to be an old man and goes up secretly, sigh. It's enough if you don't steal, but it's up to us. Fu Jingingsuk.
得罪得罪，我说的是那没体面的相公们。老先生是正人君子，岂有偷嘴之理？傅墨，闲话少说，天已发亮，是时候了，各处快点香烛。朝是。
Offend, offend. I'm talking about those disgraceful husbands. The old gentleman is a gentleman, so there is no reason for him to steal his words. Deputy Vice President, stop talking, the sky has dawned, it's time, hurry up and light incense candles everywhere. Offend, offend. I'm talking about those disgraceful husbands. The old gentleman is a gentleman, so there is no reason for him to steal his words. Deputy Vice President, stop talking, the sky has dawned, it's time, hurry up and light incense candles everywhere. Ugly, is.
同婚下粉碟儿，外观带直户，半骑酒上，松柏龙烟，两阶蜡红初剪。排声歌，堂上宫悬，捧爵帛，共生礼，香芹早见。末冠带直户，半丝叶上，列斑联。
Mixed with each other, bottom. Pink butterfly, with a what on the outside, pretending to be offering wine. There is smoke in the pine and cypress cage, and the first 2 steps of wax red hair. Playing music and singing, hanging in the hall. Holding silk and silk, offering sacrifices and wine, and recommending parsley early in the morning. At the end, he wears a crown and holds a scepter, pretending to be a secretary.
竟陪南雍侍殿，外下官南京国子监祭酒是也。末下官司业是也。今值文庙丁期，理当侍殿。分历届4元春，小生衣金，半无应击赏。
Respectfully accompany Nanyong to pay homage to him. Foreign, this is the way to offer wine at the Imperial College in Nanjing. End, this is the business of going to court. Today is the Ding period of the Confucian Temple, and it is time to pay tribute. Separate introduction, Siyuan Chun, Shaoxing's clothes and scarf, pretending to be wooing Jishang.
银鼓逢逢将属天，诸生皆五姓坛前。杂办剑生4人上，急急礼乐绕3000，万仞门墙沾圣贤。复敬满然冠带，半软大城上，净洗含羞面。
When the ingu and drums meet at dawn, all the students gather in front of Wuxing altar. Enter 4 people pretending to be supervisors. 3,000 people are surrounded by rituals and music, and thousands of sages can be seen on the walls. Enter, wearing a full beard and crown, dressed as Rwanda Shang, wash your shy face.
混入几言边， 小生吴英基，约同杨维斗、刘伯宗、沈坤同、沈梅生众社兄同来雨祭。杂4人次尾社兄到的久了，大家依次排起班来。
Mixed into a few feasts. Shaoxing Wuingji made an appointment with Yang Weidou, Liu Bozong, Shen Kuntong and Shen Meisheng to come to offer sacrifices. Miscellaneous 4 people, Brother Tsiwei arrived a long time ago, so everyone lined up one after another.
傅敬演面界，下官阮大铖，闲住南京，来观圣典。礼前列戒，覆末上，唱礼戒，排班，班起，鞠躬，俯伏，兴，俯伏，兴，俯伏，兴，俯伏，兴。众依礼各4拜戒。
Vice President Wang Desheng, who is under the command of the Vice President, lives in Nanjing and comes to watch the grand ceremony. Li Qian Liejie. Come in at the end of the deputy, sing the ceremony, arrange the class, and the class will be in order. Bow, prostrate, rise, prostrate, rise, prostrate, rise, prostrate, rise. Everyone bows 4 times in obeisance to the introduction.
气颜回和百尺翠云巅，仰见陈题金匾，肃王端拱，严增4座冠冕。迎神乐奏，拜同持旗把袍护展。读诗书不愧交降，为先生洋洋领显。
Weeping Yan Hui, together, on the top of the 100-foot green cloud, looking up, I can see the golden plaque inscribed by Chen, with the king's head arched, and Yan Zhang's 4 crowns. When the divine music is played, we pay homage to Tongqi and spread out our robes and wats. Reading poetry and books is worthy of Jiao Xiang, and I am afraid of the spiritual manifestations of ancient saints.
拜完历届，唱礼戒，焚帛礼毕。众相见衣戒，前腔外末北面并陈间，共是春丁熔点，曲腔环配，渊斑陆续旋转。小生等四边直斗。
After paying homage to Liejie, singing the ceremonial introduction, burning silk, the ceremony is over. Everyone bows to each other when meeting. Qinxiang, outer, last, to the north, ministers stand shoulder to shoulder, working together in the honor ceremony of spring dings. They tend to stagger and wear rings, and the herons rotate in order. Shaoxing, etc. Si Jian holds the beans.
鲁诸生进士胡连选，傅敬喜刘都，散直逍遥，探头衔，名流折贬。外末下傅敬拱介，小生惊看，问介你是软胡子，如何也来雨祭？唐突先师。
All the students of Lu were chosen by Hu Yan. Vice Jing likes to stay in the capital, relax and be free from work, but sighs at leisure, and celebrities are relegated. Mo Xia, Deputy Jing Gongjia, Shaoxing looked at it in surprise and asked Jia, "You are Wanhuzi, why do you come to offer sacrifices?" Mr. Tang Tu.
殿汝斯文。贺介，快快出去。傅敬弃介，我乃堂堂进士，表表名家，有何罪过，不容与祭。小生，你的罪过，朝野惧之，蒙面丧心，还敢入庙。
Insulting Sven. Drinking, get out quickly. Fu Jinkaji, I am a high-ranking Jinsher, representing a distinguished family. If I have sinned, I cannot be sacrificed. Shaoxing, your sins are known to both the government and the public. You are masked and dejected, yet you dare to enter the temple.
难道前日防乱揭帖不曾说着你病根吗？傅敬，我正为报白心计， 故来语记。小生，你的心计，待我替你说来。千秋岁未家干，又是客家干。
Didn't I mention the root cause of your illness when I posted the post yesterday to prevent chaos? Vice purity, I am trying to expose my feelings, so I came to offer sacrifices. Shaoxing, let me tell you what you think about it. Qinqiu Sui, Wei Zhegan and Hakka Gan.
一处处而自难免，同气催田，同气催田，热兄弟奋争长，拥同笋。东林里丢飞剑，西厂里牵长线，怎掩旁人眼？和笑冰山消化，铁柱翻仙。复敬。
It is inevitable to have words everywhere. The same Qi Chui Tian, the same Qi Chui Tian. The hot brothers compete to taste the feces, and the carbuncles are sucked together. A flying arrow is thrown in the east forest, and a long string is pulled in the west factory. How can it hide the eyes of others? Together, the iceberg of laughter is digested, and the iron pillar is overturned. Vice purity.
诸兄不量苦衷，横加辱骂。那知俺阮元海原是赵忠义先生的门人，为党报横之时，我丁坚未起，何曾伤害一人？这些话都从何处说起？前腔。
The brothers did not understand the difficulties and insulted me, but they knew that I, or Wan Yuan Hai, was originally Mr. Zhao Zhongyi's disciple. When the Wei party was tyrannical, I had not yet risen, and I had never harmed anyone. Where did I start from talking about these words? Front cavity.
飞霜渊，不比黑盆渊，一件件风影敷衍。初时中闲，初时中闲，就周卫把好身名，甘心贬。前辈康对山，为救李崆峒，曾入刘瑾之门。我前日曲解。
Fei Shuang's injustice is no better than Haipan's injustice, which is dealt with perfunctorily one by one. When I first met the loyal and virtuous, I saved the Zhou and Wei dynasties, and I was willing to demote my good reputation. Senior Kong Duishan once entered Lu Jin's house to save Li Kongtong. I had Tuesday the day before yesterday.
也只为这东林诸君子，怎么道则起我来？春灯谜谁不见？识错任无人辨，个个将攒钱。只借恨轻薄心尽，也放屁狂言。小生好骂好骂。众
It's only for the gentlemen of Donglin that you blame me. No one can see the spring lantern riddles, no one can defend us when we make 10 mistakes, and everyone condemns us. Introduction. I hate the frivolous newcomers and also talk nonsense. Shaoxing. It's easy to scold. Public.
你这等人敢在文庙之中公然骂人，真是反了。父莫一喊戒，反了反了。让我老赞里打这个奸党，打戒小生长他的嘴，嫌他的毛，众乱采须。
People like you dare to openly curse people in the Confucian temple, which is really counterintuitive. The deputy also calls Jia, it's the other way around. Let me, Lao Zanli, beat this traitor. Da Jia. Shaoxing palmed his mouth and teased his hair. Everyone picked their beards indiscriminately.
只骂戒越嫩好，焉而当子，焉而当子，那许你拜文宣。汝人践行，殿详序，愧班连。即将五党名鼓传，公之必远。平荒服，不与同州县。
Referring to scolding. Yu Xia is better, the eunuch has a son, the eunuch has a son, then you can worship Wen Xuan. Insulting people and despicable behavior, desecrating the order of the monastery, and being ashamed of the class couplet. If our party beats the drum and spreads the message urgently, the attack will be far away. Pingwang will not be able to conquer the same state and county.
头柴虎只当衔猪犬，傅敬好打好打，指腹莫介，连你这老赞礼都打起我来了。傅莫，我这老赞礼才打你个知何而合的。傅敬看虚界。
Surrender to jackals and tigers and become idle pigs and dogs. Vice Jing, it's easy to fight, easy to fight. Referring to Deputy Magia, even you old man Zonli beat me up. Vice President, I, the old man Zonli, am the only one who knows how to be harmonious. Fujing Kansasuk.
把胡须都踩落了，如何见人可恼之极？疾跑界红绣鞋，难当鸡肋全宣，全宣。无端必折腰颠，腰颠。忙躲去，莫留连。下小声，重分邪正，便奸贤。
It's extremely annoying to see people when all the beards have been plucked off. Ji Pao Jia. Red embroidered shoes are hard to beat with fists, punches. The arms are folded at the waist for no reason, and the waist is grasped. Hurry and hide, don't linger. Part 2, Niche, public, distinguish the evil from the good, and identify the evil and the virtuous.
党人逆按铁铜坚，尾生当年是艳仙天传，今日奔逃亦可怜。如官打扁，归家应自焚笔砚。小生今日此举，替东林雪愤，为南间生光，好不爽快。
The party members resisted the case and stood firm. And, back then, the situation was so fierce that it was pitiful to run away today. If the Confucian crown is beaten flat, one should burn one's pen and inkstone upon one's return home. Shaoxing, today's move makes Dong Linxue angry and brings glory to Nanjian. I feel so happy.
以后大家努力，莫容此辈再出头来。众，是。众，堂堂一举圣门前，小生，黑白须争依着先众，只恐输赢无定局。小生，自由人事乱由天。
From now on, if everyone works hard, we will not allow this generation to come forward again. Audience, yes, yes. Everyone performs a noble act of righteousness in front of the holy gate. Shaoxing, black and white must compete for the first place. Everyone is afraid that there is no final outcome in terms of victory or defeat. Shaoxing, governance depends on human affairs and chaos.
第四出，真戏鬼味三月双劝酒，傅敬半软大成幽容上，前局尽翻，旧人皆散。 飘零变斑，牢骚割懒，又遭石榴欺慢，怎能得高我加餐？
The fourth episode, detective drama, Guiwei March. Double drinking, enter Vice King as Rwanda Shang with a worried look. The previous situation has been turned upside down. All the old people are gone. Their temples are stained. They are complaining and singing lazily. And being bullied by the currents. How can I get a high bed and a meal?
下官阮大成，别号远海，词章才子，科第名家，正坐着光禄吟诗，恰合着步兵艾酒。黄金肝胆，只顾中原，白雪声名，驱驰上国。可恨身家念重。
The lower official is Rwanda Shang, also known as Yuan Hai. He is a talented poet and a famous poet. He is reciting poems in Guanglu, which is in line with the infantryman's love of wine. The golden liver and gallbladder refers to Gu Zhongyuan. the white snow is famous and travels to the country. It's a shame that you care so much about your wealth.
势力情多，偶投客位之门，便入儿孙之列。那时全非烈焰，用着他当道豺狼。今日是拜寒灰，胜了俺枯林枭鸟。人人唾骂，处处讥攻。细想起来，
There are many snobbish feelings. If you occasionally visit Wei's family, you will become one of your children and grandchildren. At that time, Quan Fei's fierce flames used him as a jackal. Today, the situation has been defeated, and only the owl in the withered forest is left. Everyone reviled and attacked everywhere. Think about it carefully.
俺阮大成也是独破万卷之人，什么忠宁贤奸，不能辨别。彼时既无失心之风，又非汉邪之病，怎地主意一错，竟做了一个魏党？爹足戒。
I, Rwanda Shang, am also a person who has read tens of thousands of books. How can I not tell the difference between a loyal person and a traitor? At that time, he was neither insane nor suffering from sweating evil. How could he make a mistake and become a member of the Wei Party?
才提就是愧悔交加，罢了罢了。幸这京城宽广，容得杂人。新在这裤子裆里买了一所大宅，巧盖园亭，京郊歌舞，但有当世朝参肯来纳交的。
Just mentioning old things, I feel guilty and regretful. That's all. Fortunately, the capital city is spacious and accommodates many people. I have recently bought a big house in this crotch, with a cleverly built garden pavilion and a sophisticated teaching of singing and dancing. However, there are court gentry who are willing to pay the bills.
不惜物力，加倍屈迎。倘遇正人君子，怜而收之，也还不失为改过之鬼。乔与介，若是天道好还，死会有复然之日。我软胡子也顾不得名节。
No matter the material resources, redouble your efforts to welcome them. If you meet a gentleman and accept him out of pity, you will still be regarded as a reformed ghost. Whisper introduction: if God's way is good, there will be a day when the ashes of death will rise again. I have a beard. He doesn't care about his reputation either.
索性要倒行逆施了，这都不在话下。昨日文庙丁记受了附社少年一场痛辱，虽是他们梦浪，也是我自己多事，但不知有何法。
It's simply going to be the opposite. This is no problem. Yesterday at the Ding Festival in the Confucian Temple, I suffered a severe humiliation from the youth of Fusha. Although it was Meng Lang, I was too troublesome. But I don't know what to do.
可以结识这般轻薄，搔首寻思界，步步教小子，偏偏皆狂简，结党欺名幻，风波动几番。闲落银须，垂舌数万，无计雪深渊，教俺壁虎空羞赧。
It's possible to get acquainted with someone so frivolous. Scratches one's head to think about the introduction. Boo Boo Jiao, the handsome boys are all arrogant, forming cliques to bully famous officials, and there have been many disturbances. Pick off the beard of chanting and beat the wrist of writing. Wujixu is deeply resentful and makes me feel ashamed and embarrassed.
丑扮佳人持帖上，递辟书冠盖，门深阁晏婴。禀老爷，有帖借系。附近看帖借，通家教弟陈真会拜。经介，贺呀！这是宜兴陈定生，声名赫赫。
The ugly person pretends to be a family member and holds the post. The place is remote and the crown cover is sparse, and the door is deep and separated by swallows and orioles. Sir, I have a message to lend you a play. Fu Jing read the post, and worshipped his younger brother Chen Jinhui. Shock introduction, haha. This is Chen Dingxing of Yixing, who is very famous.
是个了不得的公子，他怎肯向我借戏？问借，那来人如何说来？朝，来人说，还有2位公子，叫什么方密之、冒辟疆，都在鸡鸣带上吃酒。
He is a great young master. How could he be willing to borrow a show from me? Ask the introduction. How do you tell the person who came? Ugly. The visitors said that there were 2 other young masters named Fang Mizhi and Mao Bijiang, both of whom were drinking wine at the Cockcrow Dai.
要看老爷新编的燕子间，特来相见。傅敬吩咐介速速上楼，发出那一副上好行头，吩咐班里人梳头洗脸，随乡快走。你也拿帖跟去。
I want to read the master's newly compiled Swallow Notes, so I came here to borrow it. The vice prince ordered the introduction. Go upstairs quickly, give out the fine clothes, tell the people in the class to comb their hair and wash their faces, and leave quickly with the suitcases. You can also take the post and follow.
句要仔细着。丑鹰下，杂台香。众戏子绕场下，傅敬唤丑介转来。乔与介，你到他席上，听他看戏之时，议论什么，速来报我。朝，是。下，傅敬笑介。
All must be carefully observed. Cho responded. Miscellaneous carrying boxes, all the actors went around the stage. Vice-Chancellor called Chojia, come around. Whisper introduction. If you go to his table and listen to what he talks about while watching the play, come and report it to me quickly. Ugly, is. Part 2. Fujing Zayasuk.
哈哈，竟不知他们目中还有下官，有趣有趣。且作书斋，静听回话。须下莫金福扮杨文聪上，周郎善底听新曲，米老船中访故人。下官杨文聪。
Ha ha. Unexpectedly, they still have subordinate officials in their eyes, which is interesting and interesting. Sit in the study and listen quietly to the reply. Exit. Enter Yang Wen-song in the last turban. Zhou Lang listens to new music under the fan, and visits his old friend in the old boat. The next official is Yang Wen-song.
与渊海笔砚至交，彼之曲词，我之书画，两家绝技，一代传人。今日无事，来听他燕子新词，不免进入。进界，这是石朝元，你看山石花木。
I am a close friend of Yuan Hai's pen and inkstone. His music and lyrics are my calligraphy and painting. Their unique skills are passed down from generation to generation. I have nothing to do today, so I came to listen to his new poems by Yan Zi, and I couldn't help but fall in love. Introduction. This is Stone Chow Garden. Look at the rocks, flowers, and trees.
位置不俗，一定是华亭张南园的手笔了。只借风入松，花林疏落石斑斓，收入霓凰画眼。仰看读借永怀堂，孟金王铎书。赞借写得有力量。
The location is good. It must be the work of Zhang Nanyuan of Huading. Introduction. Wind into the pines. The flower forest is sparse and the rocks are colorful, and it is in the eyes of Ni Huang. Look up and read the introduction, Yong Hui Tang, written by Wang Duo of Mengjin. Zansuk, the writing is powerful.
下看借 一片红书铺地，此乃故取之所。草堂土里无金案，好指点银征红板。只见那边是百花深处了，为甚的萧条闭关，敢是新词改，旧稿删。
See introduction below. A patch of red paved ground is where Gu Chu lives. There is a black towel on the shore of the thatched cottage, so you can point out the silver zither and the red board. Introduction. Over there is the depth of flowers. Why is it such a depression and seclusion? I dare to change new words and delete old ones.
立听界隐隐有吟欧之声，元老在内读书。忽见元兄略歇一些，性命要紧呀。傅敬初见，大笑介：“我道是谁？原来是龙友。请坐，请坐。坐介莫。”
Li Tingjie, there was a faint sound of chanting, and Mr. Yuan was reading inside. Calling, Brother Fong, take a break, your life is at stake. Fu Jing came out and introduced with a big laugh. I asked who it was. It turned out to be Long Yu. Please sit down, please sit down. Sitting, end.
如此春光，为何庇护？傅敬只因传其四种，目下发刻，恐有错字，在此对阅。末正是文的燕子间，已受梨园，特来领略。傅敬
Why is the house closed in such a beautiful time? Fu Jing, it is only because of the 4 legends that it is engraved at the moment. For fear of typos, I will read it here. And, just in time, I heard that Swallow Notes has been awarded to the Li Yuan, so I came here to appreciate it. Vice Purity.
恰好今日全班不在，莫那里去了？附近有几位公子借去游山，莫且把抄本赐教，全当《汉书》下酒罢。附近换届，叫家童安排酒酌。
It just so happens that the whole class is not here today. And, where have you gone? Fu Jing, several young masters borrowed it to go on a trip to the mountains. And, let me teach you the notes, just as if you were drinking Han Shu. Vice-Chancellor Jingjie asked the servants to arrange a drink.
我要和杨老爷在此小饮。内晓得。砸上牌酒果界末，附近同饮，看书界前腔末，新词细写乌丝兰，都是金桃纱剪。簪花美女心情慢。
I want to have a drink with Mr. Yang here. Inner nose. Mixed top row of wine and fruit introduction. At the end, Fu Jing drinks together and reads a book, Qinxiang. At the end, new words written carefully in Wu Silan are all gold rushes. Sand picking. Beauty with hairpins is in a slow mood.
又斗出烟拥云懒，看到此处，令人一往情深。这燕子衔春未残，怕得杨花白，人鬓斑。傅敬无辞离去，见笑大方，让介请干一杯，同饮介丑极上。
And the smoke makes the clouds lazy. Seeing this place is very emotional. This swallow holds the spring in its mouth and is afraid of the white poplar flowers and spots on the temples. Fu Jing, Wu Xian's slang tunes, humorous and generous. Rusuk, please have a drink. Same drinking introduction, ugly urgently.
船将随口话，报与有心人。禀老爷，小人到鸡鸣带上，看着九针十寻，细眼三折，忙来回话。附近那公子们怎么样来？瞅，那公子们看老爷心细。
Pass on the casual words to report to those who are interested. Sir, I went to the cock-crowing platform, watched the wine being poured for 10 rounds, performed a play with half of it, and hurriedly replied to the conversation. Fu Jing, how are you guys coming? Ugly, the young men are watching the master's new play.
大家称赞。吉三枪点头听，击节赏，停杯看。傅敬喜介，妙妙。他竟知道赏鉴礼。问介可曾说些什么？丑，他说真才子，比不凡。傅敬惊介，啊呀！
Heaps of praise. Emergency 3 shots, nod and listen, hit the section to reward, stop the cup and watch. Vice Kasuk, wonderful. He actually knows how to appreciate things. Ask introduction, did you say anything? Ugly, he said that a true talent has an extraordinary pen. Vice Jing introduces in surprise. Ah.
这样倾倒，却也难得。问介再说什么来？丑，论文采，天仙力，哲人间。号叫执牛耳，主骚谈。傅敬阳恐介太过誉了，叫我难当，越往后看。
It is rare to fall in love like this. Asking, what else can you say? Ugly, Wen Kai, a heavenly official, relegated to the human world. He is good at teaching and dominates the show. Vice President Jing feigned fear. It was too much praise and it was hard for me to accept it. The more I looked back, the more I looked back.
还不知怎么样哩，吩咐介再去打听，速来回话。丑吉下，傅敬大笑介，不料这般公子倒是知己，让介请干一杯。风入松，俺喝。南朝看足古江山。
I don't know what to do yet. Instructing Jia to inquire again and get back to you as soon as possible. Cho anxiously exits. Vice Jing laughs loudly, unexpectedly. These young men are close friends. Rusuk, please have a drink. Oh. The southern dynasties can be seen through the ancient mountains and rivers.
翻阅风流旧案，花楼雨榭灯窗晚，呕吐了心血无限。每日驾琴对强弹，知音赏这一番。莫，请问介系的是那般公子？傅敬，宜兴沉定生。
Looking through the romantic old cases, the lights and windows in the pavilion of the flower house are late, and I have vomited endless efforts. Every day I play the piano against the wall, and I appreciate my close friends. This is it. And, may I ask which group of young men are borrowing the show? Fu Jing, Yixing Chen Dingsheng.
同城方密之，如高茂辟疆，都是了不得学问。他敬服了小弟。莫，他们是不轻许可人的。这本《燕子间词曲原好》有什么说处？丑集上。
Tongxing Fang Miji and Rugeo ventured to open up frontiers. They were both extremely knowledgeable, but he actually obeyed his younger brother. And they don't give permission lightly. The lyrics and music of Swallow Notes are really good, so what's there to say about it? Ugly urgently.
去如走兔，来似飞乌。禀老爷，小的又到鸡鸣带，看着戏演半本，酒席将完，忙来回话。傅敬，那公子又讲些什么？丑，他说老爷喝急三枪。
It goes like a rabbit and comes like a flying crow. Master, the young man went to Cockcrow Die again, watched half of a play being performed, and the banquet was about to be finished, so he hurriedly replied to the conversation. Fu Jing, what did the young master say? Ugly, he said, Master, 3 quick shots.
是南国秀、东林燕、玉堂班。傅敬阳惊介，句句是赞谙，一发惶恐。问介还说些什么？丑，他说为何投崔魏，自摧残。傅敬皱眉，拍案脑界。
It's Nanguoxiu, Dong Linyan, Yutong class. Vice Jing pretends to be surprised, every one of them praises me, but he becomes more and more frightened. Ask the introduction, what else can you say? Ugly, he said why he surrendered to Chui Wei and destroyed himself. Vice Jing frowns and slaps the case in annoyance.
只有这点点不才，如今也不必说了。问介还讲些什么？丑，话多着哩，小人也不敢说了。傅敬，但说无妨。丑，他说老爷呼亲父，撑杆子，舔修言。
There is only this little bit of talent, so there is no need to mention it now. Ask introduction, what else can you talk about? Ugly, there are so many words that even a villain would not dare to speak. Vice purifier, but it doesn't matter. Ugly, he said that the master called him his biological father and his son, which made him look embarrassed.
也不过仗人是狗一般。傅敬怒戒，啊呀呀，了不得，竟骂起来了，气死我也！风入松，平章风月有何关？祝你看花对展，心生一步空劳赞。
It's just relying on human power, like a dog. Fujing Nusuk, yeah. It's amazing that he started scolding me. It makes me so angry. Wind into the pine, what does the wind and the moon in Pingzhong have to do with it? It helps you see the flowers facing each other, and the new voice is full of praise.
不把俺心情剖辨，偏加些恶血毒善，这欺侮受应难。莫，请问这是为何骂起？傅敬连小弟也不解，前日好好拜庙，受了5个秀才一顿狠打。
Instead of explaining my feelings, I added some evil banter and venom. This kind of bullying is hard to bear. And, may I ask why you are scolding? Fu Jing, even my younger brother didn't understand. The day before yesterday, he paid a visit to the temple and received a severe beating from 5 scholars.
今日好好借戏，又受这3个公子一顿狠骂。此后若不设个法子，如何出门？筹借莫，长兄不必吃恼，小弟倒有个法儿，未知肯依否？傅敬喜戒。
I had a good time today and was scolded severely by these 3 young masters. If you don't find a way from now on, how can you get out? Cho Jia. And, the eldest brother doesn't have to worry, but the younger brother has a way. I had a good time today and was scolded severely by these 3 young masters. If you don't find a way from now on, how can you get out? Cho Jia. And, the eldest brother doesn't have to worry, but the younger brother has a way. I don't know if he is willing to follow it. Fujokisuk.
这等绝妙了，怎肯不依？莫，兄可知道，吴刺猬是秀才领袖，陈定生是公子班头，2将罢兵，千军解甲矣。傅敬拍案戒，是啊。问戒
This is so wonderful, how could I not follow it? And, brother, do you know that Wu Ziwei is the scholar leader and Chen Dingsheng is the leader of the Sun Squad? The 2 generals have withdrawn their troops and thousands of troops have been disarmed. Vice Jingpai case introduction, yes. Ask introduction.
但不知谁可解劝。莫，别个没用，只有河南侯朝宗与两军闻酒至交，言无不听。昨闻侯生闲居无聊，欲寻一秦淮佳丽，小弟已替他物色一人。
But I don't know who can give me advice. And no one else is useful except Ho Chaozong of Hunan, who is a close friend of the two gentlemen and listens to everything they say. Yesterday I heard that Ho Sheng was bored at home and wanted to find a beauty from Qinhuai. My younger brother has already found someone for him.
名唤湘军，色艺皆精，料中奇异。长兄肯为出殊荣之资，结其欢心，然后托他两处分解，包管一举双琴。傅敬拍手笑介，妙妙，好个计策，想借。
His name is Xiangjuan. He is excellent in color and art, and he is exactly what he meant. The eldest brother was willing to give him the money to comb and win his favor, and then asked him to combine it in 2 places, ensuring that he could capture both at one fell swoop. Vice Jing clapped his hands and smiled. Wonderful. What a plan. Want to introduce.
这侯朝宗原是毕年职，应该料理的。问借，但不知应用若干。莫，庄连酒席，约费200余金，也就丰盛了。傅敬，这不难，就送300金到尊府。
This Ho Chaozong is my nephew, so he should take care of it. Ask for introduction, but I don't know how many applications it has. And the dowry and banquet cost about 200 gold, which is quite abundant. Fu Jing, it's not difficult, just send 300 gold to your residence.
平均趋处变了。莫，那消许多。莫，白门若留许谁攀？傅敬，闻酒声歌剧等闲。莫，唯有美人称妙计。傅敬，平均买带画春衫。第5出访翠。
It's convenient for you to be in Pingjun district. And that eliminates a lot. And who can climb the weak willow of the White Gate? Vice Jing, literary wine, music and songs are all in leisure. And only beauties say wonderful tricks. Fu Jing, Pingjun buys dye to paint spring mountains. The 5th chapter, Visit Chui.
癸未3月，勾山月，升立浮上，金粉未消亡。闻得六朝香，满天涯烟草断人肠。怕催花信锦，风风雨雨，误了春光。小生侯方域，书剑飘零。
In the 3rd month of Guiwei. On Xingli's clothes, the gold powder has not disappeared, the fragrance of the 6 dynasties can be smelled, and the tobacco is everywhere in the world, which breaks people's hearts. I am afraid that I will miss the chance of spring due to wind and rain. Shaoxing Ho Fangyu, his book and sword are floating in the air.
归家无日，对3月艳阳之节，筑六朝佳丽之场，虽是刻旷不堪，却也春情难按。昨日会着杨龙友，盛夸李香君妙龄绝色，平康第一。
There is no day to return home. On the sunny day of March, I stayed at the place where the beauties of the 6 dynasties lived. Although the guest situation was terrible, I couldn't hold back my spring mood. Yesterday, I met Yang Longyu and praised Li Xiangjuan for her youth, beauty, and health.
现在苏昆生教他吹歌，也来劝俺殊荣，争奈萧索西囊，难成好事。今日清明佳节，独坐无聊，不免借步踏青，径到就愿一访，有何不可？行介。
Now Su Kuanxing teaches him how to play songs, and also comes to persuade me to comb my hair. It is difficult to do anything good if you argue with others and ridicule them. Today is the Qingming festival, and I was bored sitting alone, so I couldn't help but take a walk and went to the old courtyard to visit. Why not? Introduction.
锦禅道望平康，凤城东，千门绿杨。一路紫丝江，引游郎，谁家乳燕双双？丑伴柳径亭上，黄莺惊小梦，白发动春愁。换届，侯相公何处闲游？
Jintang Road, Wangpingkang, east of Fengcheng, thousands of green poplars. Purple silk reins guide wanderers all the way, and who has both breasts and swallows? Jintang Road, Wangpingkang, east of Fengcheng, thousands of green poplars. Purple silk reins guide wanderers all the way, and who has both breasts and swallows? Ugly disguised as Lu Jingting on the pavilion, the oriole is startled by its dawn dream, and its spring sorrow is born in vain. Calling for introduction, where can Mr. Ho take a leisurely stroll?
生回头见介，原来是敬亭来的好也。俺去城东踏青，正苦无半里。朝老汉无事，便好奉陪。同行介，愁只介，那是秦淮水榭。生隔春波，碧烟染窗。
Sheng turned around to see Jia. It turned out to be Jingting. It was a good time to come. I was going to the east of the city for an outing, but I had no one to accompany me. Ugly, the old man has nothing to do, so he can be with you. Pure introduction, ugly reference introduction, that is the Qinhuai Water Pavilion. Sheng, spring waves separate, and green smoke stains the windows.
宜晴天，红杏窥墙。愁只介，这是长桥，我们慢慢的走。生，一代板桥长，闲吃点茶聊酒坊。愁，不觉来到酒院了。生，听声声麦花芒。
Leaning against the sunny sky, red apricots peek into the wall. Ugly Jijia, this is a long bridge, let's walk slowly. Sheng, Banxiao is the leader of the area, and he can point out the tea houses and wine boats at leisure. Ugly, unknowingly, I came to the old courtyard. Sheng, hearing the sound of selling flowers, he is busy.
穿过了条条深巷，愁只介，这一条巷里都是有名姊妹家。生，果然不同。你看黑漆双门之上插一只带露柳焦黄。愁只介，这个高门。
Pass through all the deep alleys. Ugly Jijia, this alley is full of famous sisters' houses. Sheng, it is indeed different. Look at the black double doors, and a delicate yellow willow with dew is inserted. Cho Jijia, this high-ranking man.
便是李真丽家。生，我问你，李香君住在那个门里。愁，香君就是真丽的女儿。生，妙妙，俺正要访她，恰好到此。愁，待我敲门。敲见内问见，那个。愁。
It's Li Zhenli's family. Sheng, let me ask you, which door does Li Shangjuan live in? Ugly, Shangjuan is Zhenli's daughter. Meow meow. I was about to visit him and happened to be here. Ugly, wait for me to knock on the door. Knock introduction, that one? Ugly.
常来走动的老柳，陪着贵客来拜。内真娘、香姐都不在家。愁，那里去了？内在便姨娘家做盒子会里。愁，正是，我竟忘了， 今日是盛会。盛
Lao Lu, who often comes around, accompanies distinguished guests to pay their respects. Inside, Jinyang and Sister Xiang are not at home. Where did Ugly go? Inside, I'm making boxes at Aunt Bien's house. Ugly, exactly, I forgot, today is a grand event. Born.
为何今日作会？丑拍腿借，老腿走乏了，且在这石凳上略歇一歇，从容告你。同作借着丑，相公不知，这院中名妓皆为手帕姊妹。
Why do you have a meeting today? Cho pats his legs. My legs are tired from walking, so I'll take a break on this stone ledge and tell you calmly. Sitting together, Ugly, my husband doesn't know that a famous prostitute in this courtyard has become a handkerchief sister.
就像香火兄弟一般，每遇时节便作盛会。诸奴踢银灯，结罗帕，烟花艳行，逢令节，齐斗新装。生是了，今日清明佳节，故此皆去赴会。
Just like the Incense Brothers, they hold a grand gathering every time the season comes. Junu tea silver lamp, the nodding of luapa, fireworks and flying geese. On the festival day, we all wear new makeup. Sheng, yes, today is the Qingming festival, so we all go to the meeting.
但不知怎么叫做合子会。丑赴会之日，各协议复合，都是鲜物一品，有海错、江瑶、玉叶姜。生会期做些什么？丑大家比较记忆，波琴软。
But I don't know why it's called a box meeting. Ugly, on the day he went to the meeting, he each brought a box containing fresh and exotic items, including Haikuo, Jiangyao, and Yuyijin. What do students do during the session? Ugly, everyone compares their skills, playing the piano and ruan.
生肖嘹亮，生这样有趣，也许子弟入会吗？丑摇手戒，不许不许。最怕的是子弟混闹，深深锁住楼门，只许楼下赏鉴。生赏鉴中意的如何会面？
The sound of Sheng and Xiao is loud. Sheng, it's so interesting. Maybe the younger ones will join the club? Ugly shakes hands. No, no, no. The most fearful thing is that the children will make trouble, lock the door of the building, and only allow people to admire it from downstairs. Student, how to meet someone you like.
丑若中了意，便把物事抛上楼头，他楼上也便抛下果子来。相当竟飞来捧觞，密约在芙蓉锦帐。生既然如此，小生也好走走了。丑走走何妨？
Ugly, if he likes it, he will throw things upstairs, and he will also throw fruits upstairs. Quite unexpectedly, he flew over to hold the wine and made a secret appointment in the hibiscus brocade tent. Sheng, in this case, it's easy for Shaoxing to leave. Ugly, if he likes it, he will throw things upstairs, and he will also throw fruits upstairs. Quite unexpectedly, he flew over to hold the wine and made a secret appointment in the hibiscus brocade tent. Sheng, in this case, it's easy for Shaoxing to leave. Ugly, why not take a walk?
生知不知卞家住在哪乡？丑住在宣翠楼，离此不远，即便同行。行介生扫墓家家留，丑吹行处处消。生樱花3里巷，丑烟水2条桥。世界
Sheng, I wonder where the Bien family lives. Ugly lives in Nuanqui building, not far from here. even if we go together. Xingjia, the tomb sweeper Jia Lu, ugly, played the flute everywhere. Yinghua Somli Lane, ugly, Yanshui 2 bridges. Referring to
此间便是相公请进，同入界莫伴杨文聪，敬伴苏昆生迎上莫，闲陪簇簇樱花对镜，同望迢迢粉黛尾。见见莫，侯师兄怎肯到此？难得难得。圣
This is it, sir, please come in. Come in together. The last person is Yang Wen Song, the net person is Su Kuansheng, and they come up. The end, I'm spending time with the Orioles. The net, I'm looking at Fendai from afar. Around. Meet the introduction, and, how can Brother Hosher be willing to come here? It's so rare. Born.
文阳兄今日去看软胡子，不想这里遇着。敬，特为侯相公喜事而来。朝，请坐。具座声望界，好个宣翠楼。雁过声端响，窗明院场。
I heard that Brother Yang went to see Wanhuzi today and didn't want to meet him here. Jing came here especially for Mr. Ho's happy occasion. Ugly, please sit down. Sitting together. Xing Wangsuk, what a nuankwalu. The sound of wild geese passing by. Look closely, the window is bright and the courtyard is wide open.
早来到温柔睡乡，问界李香君为何不见？莫，现在楼头。敬只见，你看楼头奏伎了。内吹声、笛界、声听界、鸾声凤管云中响，内弹琵琶、筝界。
Come to gentle sleeping country early. Ask the introduction, why is Li Shangjuan missing? And, now at the top of the building. Jing's Haiji, look, there's a show of skill at the top of the building. I play the sheng and flute inside, and I listen to the instrument inside. The luan, sheng, and phoenix pipes sound in the clouds. I play the pipa and zither inside.
声听界，弦悠扬，内打云罗界，声听界，玉叮当，一声声乱我柔肠。内吹箫界，声听界，翱翔双凤凰。大叫界，这几声箫吹得我销魂。
Sheng ting jia, the strings are melodious, song ting jia, the jade rings, each sound disturbs my soft intestines. Blowing the flute inside, blowing the flute inside, Sheng ting jia, soaring twin phoenixes. Shouting, these few sounds of the flute make me lose my soul.
小生忍不住要打彩了。曲山坠抛上楼界，海南一品风飘荡，要打着美人心上痒。内将白汗巾包樱桃抛下借着愁，有趣有趣。掷下果子来了。
Shaoxing couldn't help but feel excited. Take the fan pendant and throw it upstairs. The exotic wind from Hainan is blowing, trying to tickle the bowtie's heart. Putting down the cherry wrapped in white sweat towel inside, ugly, interesting and interesting. Here comes the fruit.
静解汗巾，青樱桃盘内界，好奇怪，如今竟有樱桃了。生，不知是那个制来的，若是湘君，岂不可喜？莫取汗巾看界，看这一条冰消汗巾。
Introduction to the sweat-clearing towel and the cherries on the plate. It's strange that there are cherries now. Sheng, I don't know who threw it. If it was Mr. Xiang, wouldn't he be happy? Look at the introduction at the end of taking the sweat towel. Look at this ice silk sweat towel.
有9分是他了。小旦办理真力捧茶壶，领香君捧花瓶上小旦， 香草偏随蝴蝶扇，美人又下凤凰台。进京指戒，都看天人下界了。丑和长戒。
9 points are his. Xiaodan pretends to be Li Zhenli and holds a teapot, and Ling Shangjuan holds a vase. Xiaodan, the vanilla follows the butterfly fan, and the beauty comes off the phoenix stage again. Jing Jing Ji Jia, it all depends on the lower realm of heaven and man. Ugly gas show Suk.
阿弥陀佛，众起戒，莫拉生戒，师兄认认，这是真谛，这是湘军。生见小旦戒，小生河南侯朝宗，一向可慕，精彩岁月。见旦戒，果然妙龄绝色。
Amitba. Introduction from the crowd. Introduction from Mo La Sheng, brother, recognize this. This is Zhenli, this is Xiangjuan. Xingjian Xiaodanjia, Ho Chaozong of Hunan, a young man, has always longed for it, and now he has fulfilled his wish. Seeing Dansuk, she is really young and beautiful.
龙老赏鉴，真是法眼。坐戒小旦，虎丘新茶，泡来奉敬。真茶，重饮戒的旦，绿杨红杏，点缀心结。重赞戒，有趣有趣。主名看花，可称雅集矣。莫。
Mr. Long's appreciation is really discerning. Sitting, Xiaodan, Qiu new tea, brew it to worship. Pouring tea, everyone drinks. Dan, green poplars and red apricots decorate the new festival. Public praise, interesting and interesting. Cooking tea and looking at the flowers can be called an elegant gathering. End.
如此雅集，不可无酒。小旦，酒已备下，欲经主会，不得下楼奉陪，贱妾待东罢。换戒，宝儿当酒来。杂体酒上，小旦，何不行个令儿，大家欢饮。抽。
Such an elegant gathering cannot be without wine. Xiaodan, the wine has been prepared. The host of the meeting in Yujing is not allowed to go downstairs to accompany me. I'm a humble concubine. I'll take the place of Dong. Calling for introduction, Bauer is here to drink. Enters Zadi wine. Xiaodan, why don't you give me an order and let everyone have a drink? Ugly.
静候主人发挥。小旦，怎敢僭越？敬，这是院中旧例。小旦取头盆戒，得罪了。换戒，湘军把盏，待我至色奉敬。状，遵令。小旦宣令戒，酒要依次留饮。
Waiting for the master to perform. Xiaodan, how dare you overstep your bounds? Jing, this is an old practice in the courtyard. Xiaodan takes the dice penji, I'm offended. Calling Jia, Mr. Xiang holds the cup and waits for me to pay homage to you. Everyone obeyed the order. Xiaodan Zunlingji, the wine should be drunk in sequence.
每一杯干，各县所长，便是酒底。某为樱桃，二为茶，三为柳，四为杏花，五为香扇坠，六为冰消汗巾。换戒，湘军敬侯相公酒，但真生饮戒。
Each cup is dry and each contributes its own merit, which is the bottom of the wine. The first one is cherry, the second one is tea, the third one is willow, the fourth one is apricot blossom, the fifth one is incense fan pendant, and the sixth one is ice silk scarf. Calling Jia, Xiangjuan Jingho Xianggong wine. Danpu Shenjianji.
小旦制色戒，是香扇坠。让戒，侯相公速干此杯，请说酒底。 声告干界，小生作首诗罢。银界南国佳人配，休教袖里藏。随郎团扇影，摇动一身香。
Xiaodan throws the color. Xiaodan throws color is the incense fan pendant. Jia Jia, Mr. Ho, please drink this glass quickly. Please tell me the bottom of the wine. Shengao Qianjia, Shaoxing just writes a poem. Yin Jia, it is worn by beauties from the southern country. It is hidden in the sleeves of the monks. It is followed by the shadow of the man's fan, shaking the whole body with incense.
莫，好诗，好诗。丑，好个香扇坠，只怕摇摆坏了。小旦，该奉养老爷久了。但真，莫引介小旦至戒，是冰消汗津。莫，我也作诗了。小旦，不许雷同。莫。
End. Good poem, good poem. Ugly, it's a nice fan pendant, but I'm afraid the swing will break. Xiaodan, it's time to serve wine to Mr. Yang. Dan Powers, Moen introduces. Xiaodan throws introduction, is an ice silk sweat towel. End, I also wrote poetry. Xiaodan, no similarities are allowed. End.
也罢，下官做个破城题罢。念介，笃是汉之物，而春色撩人矣。夫汉之沾巾，必有与春之生面也。依何人之面，而以冰消视之，红素香者之计。
Forget it, let me lower my official rank and make a question. Nianjia, the beauty of spring is so sultry when you see something that wipes your sweat. The sweat staining the towel must be due to the growth of spring. Yi's face is wiped with ice silk, when the red pigment is exposed.
不一生可爱也也。生，绝妙佳章。丑，这样好文采，还该中2榜才是。但真丑酒界，柳师傅请酒。小旦制色界，是茶。丑饮酒界，我倒嫩薄。小旦笑界。
Isn't it also very cute? A wonderful chapter. Ugly, it's such a good literary talent, it should have been in 2 rankings. Dan Choujio is introduced, Master Lu invites you to drink. Xiaodan throws color, it's tea. Ugly drinking introduction, I am a humble person. Xiaodan Xiaojia.
非也，你的酒底是茶。丑，待我说个张三郎赤茶罢。小旦，说书太长，说个笑话更好。丑，就说笑话。说借苏东坡同黄山谷仿佛印禅师。
No, the base of your wine is tea. Ugly, just wait until I tell Zhang Sanlang to have tea. Xiaodan, the story is too long, so it would be better to tell a joke. Ugly, just tell jokes. Introduction. Su Dongpa and Huang Gushan visited Zen master Foyan.
东坡送了一把定瓷壶，山谷送了1斤阳线茶。3人松下品茶，佛印说：“黄秀才茶品天下闻名，但不知苏胡子的茶量何如，今日何不抖一抖？”
Dongpa gave me a ding porcelain pot, and Gu Gu gave me a pound of Yangxian tea. The 3 of them were drinking tea under the pine tree. Foyan said, Huang Xiuzai is famous all over the world for his tea addiction, but I don't know how much Su Huzi's tea capacity is. Why not have a fight today?
分个谁大谁小。东坡说：“如何斗来？”佛印说：“你问一击风，叫黄秀才打。他若打不来，吃你1棒，我便记一笔，胡子打了秀才了。你若打不来，
separate who is older and who is younger. Dompa said, how to fight. Foyan said, if you ask Ji Feng, ask Huang Xiucai to answer. If he can't answer, I'll give you a stick and I'll mark it down. The beard has beaten the scholar. If you can't answer.
也吃黄秀才一棒，我便记一笔，秀才打了胡子了。末后总算打一下吃一碗。东坡说：“就依你说。”东坡先问：“眉鼻针如何穿线？”山谷答
I also took a stick from Huang Xiucai, and I made a note. The scholar had his beard beaten. Finally, beat it and eat a bowl. Dompa said, it's up to you. Dompa asked first, how to thread a needle without a nose. Gugu replied,
把针尖磨去。佛印说：“答得好。”山谷问：“没把葫芦怎生拿？”东坡答：“抛在水中。”佛印说：“答得也不错。”东坡又问：“施在库中，有见无见？”山谷未及答。
Grind the tip off the needle. Foyan said, that's a good answer. Gugu asked, how can I get the gourd without it? Dompa replied, throw it into the water. Foyan said, that's a good answer. Dompa asked again, the lice are in my pants, can I see them or not? The valley didn't have time to answer.
东坡持棒就打，山谷正拿胡子侦查，失手落地，打个粉碎。东坡大叫道：“和尚记着，胡子打了秀才了。”佛印笑道：“你听乒乓一声。”
Dompa held a stick and beat him. Gugu was pouring tea from a pot when he accidentally dropped it and smashed it to pieces. Dompa shouted, Monk, remember, the beard has beaten the scholar. Foyan laughed and said, listen to the soldiers bang.
胡子没打着秀才，秀才倒打了胡子了。众笑借着丑，众为休笑，秀才厉害多着哩。弹胡界，这样硬胡子都打坏，何况软胡子？生，敬老庙人。
The beard didn't hit the scholar, but the scholar hit the pot instead. Everyone laughs. Ugly, stop laughing, everyone. A scholar has many advantages and disadvantages. Playing the pot, even a hard pot like this will be broken, let alone a soft pot. Respect the elderly and wonderful people.
随口诙谐都是讥讽。小旦，湘君，敬你师傅。旦真，敬引介小旦致介是杏花。敬唱介，晚庄楼上杏花残，犹自妾衣单。但向小旦介。
Casual and humorous, they are all witty. Xiaodan, Mr. Xiang, haste to your master. Dan Powers, Jinjianji. Xiaodan throws jia, is the apricot flower. Jing Changjia, the apricot blossoms in the evening makeup upstairs are still there, and I feel ashamed of my clothes. Dan Xiang Ziadanji.
孩儿敬妈妈久了，小旦饮干，致介是樱桃。敬，让我代唱罢。唱介，樱桃红绽，玉京白露，半晌恰芳颜。丑，昆声该乏了，唱得唇上樱桃。
The child toasted his mother. Xiaodan drinks dry and throws it out. It's a cherry. Jing, let me sing for you. Singing introduction, cherry blossoms are red, jade and japonica are white with dew, and the dialect is correct for a while. Ugly, Kun Sheng deserves his punishment, singing with cherries on his lips.
不是盘中樱桃。敬，领罚。自珍，引介小旦， 湘君该自真自饮了。生，待小生奉敬。生真，但引介小旦至戒，不消猜是柳了。湘君唱来，但休戒小旦。
Not the cherry on the plate. Net, receive punishment. Pouring one's own drink, drinking one's own drink. Xiaodan, it's time for Mr. Xiang to pour one's own drink. Treat young students with respect. Damianji. No need to guess, it's Lu, Xiangjuan is singing. Dan Shijia, Xiaodan.
孩儿腼腆，请个代笔相公罢。至戒3点，是柳师傅。敬，好好。今日是他当值之日。瞅，我老汉姓柳，飘零办事，最怕的是柳字。今日清明佳节。
The child is shy, so please hire a ghostwriter. Throwing introduction, 3 o'clock, it's Master Lu. Net, good. Today is his day on duty. Ugly, my old man's surname is Lu, and I have been living for half my life. What I fear most is the word Lu. Today is the Qingming festival.
偏把个柳圈套住我老狗头，重大孝戒敬，算了你的笑话吧。生，酒已有了，大家别过。丑，才子佳人难得聚会。拉生，但戒，你们一对儿。
Just put a willow ring around my old dog's head. Everyone laughs. Jing, forget your joke. The raw wine is already here, please leave. Ugly, it is rare for talented people and beautiful women to gather together. Rasheng, Dansuk, you too.
吃个交心酒何如？但休，遮袖下敬，湘君面嫩，当面不好讲的。前日所定殊荣之事，襄公意下允否？生小戒，秀才中状元，有什么不肯处？小旦。
How about having a heart-to-heart drink? Dan is ashamed, cover under the sleeves. Jing, Mr. Xiang has a tender face, and it is difficult to talk about it in person. Do you agree with me about the combing and matting you ordered the day before yesterday? Sheng Xiaojia, if a scholar becomes the number 1 scholar, there is nothing he won't do. Xiaodan.
既蒙不弃，则定吉期，贱妾就要奉攀了。末，这3月15日，花月良辰，便好成亲。生，只是一件，客囊羞涩，恐难备礼。末，这不须愁，庄帘酒席。
Since you will not give up, if you choose an auspicious time, you will have to follow the concubine. And, this March 15th, the flower moon is a good day, so it is easy to get married. It's just one thing. The guests are so shy that it may be difficult to prepare a gift. Last, there is no need to worry about this. We will prepare a dowry and a banquet.
待小弟备来。生，怎好相累？末，当得效力。生，多谢了。小桃红误走到屋峰上，添了些行云响，匆匆忘却先模样。春宵花月休成谎。
Wait for the younger brother to come. How can we be so tired of each other? Last, should be effective. Thank you very much. Xiao Taohong mistakenly walked to Wu Peak and thought about it, forgetting about her fairy appearance in a hurry. The spring night, the flowers, and the moon become a lie.
梁元到手难推让，准备着身赴高堂。作辞界小旦也不再留了，择定15日，请下清客，邀下姊妹，奏乐迎亲罢。小旦下， 丑相境界，哎呀，忘了。
It's hard to pass up a good relationship once you get it, so I'm preparing to go to Gaotang. Making a CI introduction. Xiaodan will no longer stay. On the 15th day, we will invite guests and sisters and play music to welcome the bride. Xiaodan exits, ugly Xiang Jingsuk. Ah. Forgot.
忘了，咱两个不得奉陪了。莫，为何？敬，黄将军传渤水西门，也是15日祭旗，约下我们吃酒的。生，这等怎处？莫，还有丁继之、沈公宪、张彦柱。
Forgot, we too are not allowed to accompany you. And, why? Jing, General Huang's boat anchored at the west gate of the water. He also offered sacrifices to the flag on the 15th and invited us to have a drink. Sheng, what's going on? And, there are also Ding Jiji, Shen Gongxian, and Zhang Yanzhu.
都是大清客，借重他们陪陪吧。敬，宣翠楼前粉黛香。末，六朝风至说平康日丑，踏青归去春犹浅。生，明日重来花满床。第六出，绵香癸未3月。
They are all guests of the Qing dynasty. Let's take advantage of their company. Jing, the warm green building in front is fragrant with pink and white flowers, and the late 6th dynasty style is said to be average and healthy. Ugly, the spring is still light after returning from an outing. Born, tomorrow the bed will be full of flowers. The 6th chapter of Mianxiang, Guiwei March.
临江仙，小旦燕庄上，短短春衫双卷袖，调征花里迷楼。今朝全把绣帘钩，不教金线柳，遮断木兰舟。妾身李真丽，只因孩儿湘君，年及破瓜。
Linjiang Ferry, Xiao Dan in gorgeous makeup, a short spring shirt with double-rolled sleeves, playing a zither in the flowers and lost in the building. At present, all the embroidery curtain hooks are used, but the golden thread willows are not used to block the Mulan boat. I am Li Jinli, just because my son Shangjuan is old enough.
书笼无人，日夜放心不下。幸亏杨龙有，贴案招了一位世家公子，就是前日饮酒的侯朝宗，家道才名，皆称第一。今乃上头吉日，大排筵席。
There is no one combing and combing, and I feel uneasy day and night. Fortunately, Yang Longyu recruited a young man from an aristocratic family for me, namely Ho Chaozong, who was drinking the day before yesterday. Today is an auspicious day, so we have a big banquet.
广烈笙歌，顷刻俱到，姊妹全来，好不费事。换介，宝儿那里？杂办宝儿扇扇幔上，席前搀去画，花里听琴声。妈妈换宝儿那处送亲枕吗？
There was a wide array of music and music, all the guests were present, and all the sisters came, so it was very effortless. Calling Jia, Bower's place. Miscellaneous pretending to be a baby boy and fanning slowly, in front of the banquet, we say funny words and listen to the love sounds in the flowers. When the mother calls the baby, will she give her a quilt and pillow?
小旦怒戒，翠，今日香姐上头，贵人将到，你还做梦里？快快卷帘扫地，安排桌椅。咋是了？小旦指点排席界一枝花，墨心符上圆桃红似绣。
Xiaodan angrily introduces, Sai. Sister Xiang is here today, and a noble person is about to arrive, but you are still dreaming. Quickly roll up the curtains, sweep the floor, and arrange tables and chairs. Miscellaneous, that's right. Xiao Dan points out the table arrangement. A flower, on the last new clothes, the garden is as red as embroidery.
燕赋闻君酒，平开惊孔雀，为春昼。敌了金瓯，点着喷香兽。这当卢红袖，谁最温柔？拉与相如消瘦。下官杨文聪，受元海嘱托，来送殊龙之物。
The beauty is covered with Wenjun's wine. The golden peacock is spread out, surrounding the spring day. Wash the golden pot and light the incense beast. This is Long Hongxiu, who is the gentlest. La and Xiangru can bear it. The lower official Yang Wensong was entrusted by Yuan Hai to deliver the comb.
换届，真娘那里。小旦见届，多谢做法，喜言俱已齐备。问届，怎么官人还不见到？莫，想必就来。孝届，下官备有香笼数件，为湘军驻庄，叫人搬来。
Calling, where is Zhenyang? Xiaodan Jianjia, thank you very much for your help. Everything is ready for the wedding. Ask the introduction, why haven't the officials seen you yet? And, I think it will come soon. Laughter, the lower official has several boxes and cages. He helps Mr. Xiang make up and teaches others to move them.
杂台香笼，首饰，衣物上莫吩咐借，抬入洞房，铺陈齐整着。杂音下，小旦喜谢戒，如何这般破费？多谢老爷。莫秀出银戒，还有备席银30两。
Carrying the miscellaneous boxes, cages, jewelry, and clothes. The last command was to introduce, carry them into the bridal chamber and lay them out neatly. Part 2 of miscellaneous responses. Xiaodan Zixiji, how can you spend so much money? Thank you, sir. Mashio Dianji, there is also 30 taels of silver for the banquet.
交与厨房，一应酒肴，俱要丰盛。小旦一发当不起了。换届，湘军快来！诞盛庄上，小旦杨老爷赏了许多东西，上前拜谢。但拜谢届末，些许薄意。
Leave it to the kitchen. When the wine is mixed, everything will be rich. Xiaodan became more and more unable to afford it. Calling Jia, Xiangjuan, come quickly. Dan Xingzheng puts on makeup. Xiao Dan, Master Yang rewarded many things and came forward to thank me. Dan thanks the introduction, and some things need to be done lightly.
何敢当谢，请回，请回。但即入界，杂集上报界，新官人到门了。生生服从人上，虽非科第天边客，也是嫦娥月里人。莫，小旦迎见界，莫，恭喜师兄。
How dare you thank me? Please come back, please come back. Introduction immediately. Urgent reporting, the new official has arrived. Xingxing obeys the people. Although he is not a guest of Kadi Tianbian, he is also a native of Chang'as Moon. At the end, Xiaodan welcomes the introduction. At the end, congratulations, brother.
得了平康佳丽，小弟无以为敬，草扮妆奁，粗陈筵席，聊助一宵之乐。生一界，过程周旋，何以克当？小旦，请坐，献茶。具坐，杂捧茶上，饮芥末。
I won a beautiful lady from Pingkong, but my younger brother showed no respect for her, so I made a hasty dowry and prepared a banquet to spend the night enjoying herself. How can one overcome one's difficulties when one has to go through many things one after another? Xiaodan, please sit down and offer tea. all sitting, bringing tea and drinks. End.
一应喜言，安排齐备了吗？小旦托赖老爷渐渐完全。莫相声拱介，今日吉席，小弟不敢参阅，敬此告别，明日早来道喜罢。生同坐何妨？莫不便。
Are the arrangements for the wedding banquet ready? Xiaodan, thanks to the master, everything is perfect. Mo Xiangxing Gongjia, today is an auspicious feast. I don't dare to help you, so I say goodbye. I'll come tomorrow morning to say hello. It's okay to sit together. End. Inconvenience.
不便，别下杂，请新官人更衣。深更衣界小旦，妾身不得奉陪，替官人打扮新妇，撺掇喜酒罢。别下复敬，外敬办三清客上，一声花月张三影。
Inconvenient. Don't get off. Miscellaneous, please ask the new officer to change his clothes. Sheng changing ji. Xiaodan, I am not allowed to accompany you. I just dress the bride for the officials and serve the wedding wine. Don't get off. Vice Jing, Wei, and Jing pretend to be the three pure guests, a lifetime of flowers, moon, and three shadows.
五字工商李二红，复敬在下丁继之，外在下沈公宪，敬在下张彦柱，复敬今日吃侯公子喜酒，只得早到。敬不知请那几位贤哥来陪俺礼。外
Li Erhong, a 5-character palace merchant. Fujing, I am following Ding Jiji. Outside, sinking Gongxian. Jing, I am Zhang Yanzhu. Vice Jing, today I have Mr. Ho's wedding banquet, so I have to arrive early. Jing, I don't know if I can invite those virtuous singers to accompany me. Outside.
说是就怨几个老在行，敬这等都是我疏龙的了。复敬你有多大家私，疏龙许多。敬个人有帮手，你看今日侯公子何曾费了分文？外
It is said that there are a few veterans from the old hospital who are good at it. Jing, these are all done by me. Vice Jing, you have a lot of private property, and you have to comb it a lot. Jing, everyone has a helper. Look at how Mr. Ho has spent. It is said that there are a few veterans from the old hospital who are good at it. Jing, these are all done by me. Vice Jing, you have a lot of private property, and you have to comb it a lot. Jing, everyone has a helper. Look at how Mr. Ho has spent a penny today. Outside.
不要多话，侯公子堂上更衣，大家前去作衣。众与生衣界，众恭喜恭喜。生今日借光。小旦老旦丑扮三妓女上，轻如芳草连天醉。
Don't talk too much. Mr. Ho changes his clothes in the hall and everyone goes to bow. Everyone and the students bowed. Everyone, congratulations, congratulations. Sheng, borrow the light today. Enter Xiaodan, Laodan, and Chou dressed as 3 prostitutes. Love is like grass and one is drunk all day long.
身似杨花尽日忙，渐渐竟换的那一部歌妓都报名来。朝，你是教坊司吗？叫俺报名。生肖界正要请教大号。老旦见妾便语经。生
The body is as busy as a poplar flower. See introduction. All the geishas that Jing summoned signed up. Ugly, Are you the Jiafeng secretary? You asked me to sign up. Sheng Xiasuk was about to ask the tuba for advice. Lao Dan, Bian Yujing, a cheap concubine. Born.
果然玉京仙子。小旦贱妾叩白门。生果然白门柳色。朝奴家正妥娘。生辰银戒果然妥当不过。静不妥不妥。喂，怎么不妥？静好偷汉子。朝呸。
Sure enough, Fairy Yujing. Xiaodan, Ko Bai Men, a cheap concubine. As expected, the white door is like willow. Ugly, Zheng Tuanyang of the slave family. Sheng Chenianji, it is indeed appropriate. Net, it's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. Outside, what's wrong? Net, a good thief. Ugly, bah.
我不偷汉，你如何吃得嫩胖？众混笑见老旦，官人在此，快请湘军出来罢。小旦，丑服湘军上外，我们坐月迎接。傅敬敬外吹打湿番界声。
If I don't cheat, how can you eat so fat? Everyone laughs. Lao Dan, the officials are here. Please quickly ask Mr. Xiang to come out. Xiao Dan, Mr. Chou Fu Xiang, outside. Let's have fun to welcome you. Fu Jing, Jing, Wai Chui de Shirban Jia. Sheng.
但见介于丑，按院中规矩，不兴拜堂，就吃席酒罢。生，旦上座傅敬，外敬坐左边界小旦。老旦丑坐右边界杂直壶上，左边奉酒，右边吹弹界。
As soon as I see you. Ugly, the rules in my courtyard are that if you don't want to worship, you can just have wedding wine. Sheng and Dan sit on the top. Fujing, Wai, and Jing sit on the left. Xiaodan, Laodan, and Chou sit on the right. On the miscellaneous pot, serving wine on the left, playing guitar on the right.
凉州序生凄凉慈父，沉随花柳，日日芳情已斗。青山微倚，金帆小渡扬州。寻思描带，指点吹箫，从此春入手。秀才可并集须就。
Preface to Liang Zhou, born, Qi Liang's poems and poems. Chen Sui's flowers and willows, every day is full of love and amusement. Leaning against the green shirt, this time Xiaodu is in Yangzhou. Thinking about the beauty, giving advice on how to play the flute, starting from spring. The scholar is thirsty and sick and needs urgent help.
偏是斜阳池下楼，刚饮的一杯酒。右边奉酒。 左边吹弹界前腔，但楼台花颤，连龙风斗，以这雄姿英秀。春情无限，金钗肯与梳头。闲花天艳。
It was the setting sun and I came downstairs late, having just had a glass of wine. Serving wine on the right, playing music on the left. Qinxiang, Dan, the flowers on the balcony trembled, the curtains trembled in the wind, and the majestic figures leaned on them. The love of spring is endless, and the golden hairpin is willing to comb your hair. Leisure flowers add beauty.
野草生香，萧德夫人坐。今宵灯影纱红透，见惯司空也应休。破庭真难救。傅敬，你看红日闲山，乌鸦选树，快送新人回房吧。喂，且不要忙。
The wild grass is fragrant, and the lady is doing it. Tonight, the lights and shadows are so red that I should be ashamed to see them commonplace. It is really difficult to solve the problem. Vice Jing, look at the red sun holding the mountain, and the crows choosing the trees. Send the newlyweds back to their rooms quickly. Outside, and don't be busy.
侯官人当今才子，殊荣了绝代佳人，合欢有酒，岂可定情无失乎？竟说得有理，待我磨磨苻坚，伺候挥毫。生不消时间，小生带有公善一柄。
Nowadays, the talented people of the Hoguan family have combed and seduced the most beautiful women, and there is wine and joy. How can they be in love without poetry? Jing, makes sense. Wait for me to polish the ink and brush the paper, and wait for me to write the brush. Sheng does not need poems and notes, but a young student has a palace fan handle.
就提赠湘君，永为定盟之物罢。朝妙妙，我来捧宴。小旦，看你这嘴脸，只好脱靴罢了。老旦，这个样儿，倒该借重湘君。重，是啊，但捧宴，生疏善借。
Just give it as a gift to Mr. Xiang, and it will always be a token of alliance. Ugly, wonderful, wonderful. I'll hold the inkstone. Xiaodan, looking at your face, I have no choice but to take off my boots. Lao Dan, this inkstone should be borrowed from Mr. Chongxiang. Audience, yes. Dan holds an inkstone and writes books and fans.
众念界，家道朱楼一径斜，王孙出玉府平车。清溪尽是新一树，不及东风桃李花。壮，好诗，好诗。湘君收了，但收善袖中借丑。
Zhong Nianjia, there is a sloping path along the Zhulu road, and Wang Sunchu drives Fu Ping's chariot. The green stream is full of peach and plum trees, not as good as the peach and plum blossoms of Dongfeng. Audience, good poetry, good poetry. Xiangjuan accepted it. Danshofangxiu Agency, ugly.
俺们不及桃李花罢了，怎地便是新一树？竟新一树者，枯木逢春也。丑，如今枯木逢春，也曾鲜花着雨来。杂池时间上，杨老爷送诗来了。
We are not as good as peach and plum blossoms, how can we be cinny trees? Pure, cinny trees are like dead trees that come back in spring. Ugly, now spring comes with dead trees, but flowers once came with rain. On a piece of poetry paper, Mr. Yang has sent a poem.
生皆独借，生小倾城是李香，怀中婀娜袖中藏。缘何12无风女，梦里偏来见楚王。生孝介，此老多情，送来一首崔庄诗，妙绝妙绝。竟
Li Xiang was born in Shaoqingcheng, and she was graceful in her arms and hidden in her sleeves. Why did the 12 witch peak girls come to see the king of Chu in their dreams? Sheng Xiaojia, this old and passionate man sent me a poem to urge people to make up. It's wonderful, wonderful. Net.
怀中婀娜袖中藏，说的湘君一诺身材，竟是个香扇坠儿。丑，他那香扇坠能值几文？怎比得我这琥珀猫坠？众孝介附近，大家吹弹起来。
The graceful figure in her arms is hidden in her sleeves. When Xiang Jun touched his figure, he saw that he had an incense fan pendant. Ugly, his incense fan pendant is worth several cents, but how can it compare to my amber cat pendant? Everyone laughs. Vice Jing, let's start playing.
劝新人多饮几杯。丑，正是带些酒兴， 好入洞房。左右吹弹，生但交让九界节节高，生但金樽佐酒愁，劝不休，沉沉欲倒黄昏后。丝鞋少，眉带愁。
Advise the newlyweds to drink a few more drinks. Ugly, just bring some wine to get into the bridal chamber. Blowing the bombs left and right, handing over wine to students and dawn. Higher and higher, Sheng and Dan, gold bottles and wine chips, endless persuasion, sinking into jade after dusk. Hand in hand privately, eyebrows dark and sorrowful.
香积少，春宵一刻天长久，人前怎解芙蓉扣？盼到灯昏待延收，宫湖滴尽莲花漏。父亲，你听桥楼二鼓，天气太晚，撤了席罢。竟这样好席。
Fragrant and thin. The spring night lasts forever. How can you untie the hibiscus button in front of others? I hope that when the lights are dim and the feast is over, all the dripping from the palace pot will drain out of the lotus. Vice Jing, you listen to Qiaolo's second drum. It's too late, so please leave the table. Jing, such a good table.
不曾吃尽就撤去了，岂不可惜？愁，我没吃够礼，众位略等一等。老旦，休得胡缠，大家奏乐，送新人入房罢。众起吹打十番，颂声，但借前腔和。
Wouldn't it be a pity to take it away without eating it all? Ugly, I haven't eaten enough, please wait a moment. Lao Dan, don't mess around anymore. Let's play some music and send the newlyweds into their rooms. The crowd rises to play and play 10 times to send off students and introduce Danjia. Qinxiang, combined.
笙箫下画楼，渡青鸥，迷离灯火如春昼。天台秀，缝软流，真佳偶。重重锦帐香熏透，旁人妒得眉头皱。九太夫人太风流，贪花浮粉生来有。
I went down to the painting building with Xing Xiao and spent the time in the clear air. The lights were blurry like a spring day. Meeting Wan and Lu on Tiantai's show, they are a true couple. The heavy brocade tents were filled with fragrance, and others frowned with jealousy. Being drunk and supporting others is too romantic, and being greedy for flowers brings blessings to you.
杂支灯生，但携手下静，我们都配成对儿，也去睡罢。愁，老张休得妄想，我老妥是要现钱的。净数与10文钱，拉借丑接钱再数，换低钱混下。
Za holding the lamp, Sheng and Dan holding hands. Jing, we are all in pairs, let's go to bed. Ugly, Lao Zhang, don't have any delusions. I, Lao Tua, want cash in cash. The net amount is 10 cents, pull the introduction. Ugly takes the money and counts it again, exchanges it for a lower price.
尾声和秦淮烟月无新旧，知香粉腻满东流，夜夜春情散不收。复景江南花发水悠悠，小旦人到秦淮解尽愁外，不管烽烟家万里，老旦。
Ending, together, the smoke and moon over the Qinhuai River are neither new nor old, and the greasy and fragrant powder flows eastward, and the love of spring lingers every night. Vice Jing, Jiangnan is full of flowers and water, Shaodan, people go to Qinhuai to relieve their worries. Outside, no matter how far away the family is, Lao Dan.
五更怀里转歌豪。第7出，却怜鬼未3月，杂半宝多马桶上，龟尿龟尿，洒出小龟，憋血憋血，变成小鳖。龟尿憋血， 看不分别，憋血归尿。
At 5 o'clock in the morning, there is a singing voice in my arms. The 7th chapter, Qui Lien, Gue Wei March. Miscellaneous disguised as Bauer and put it on the toilet. Turtle urinates, and turtles pee out. Turtle's blood, transform into turtles. Turtle urine and turtle blood cannot be distinguished. Turtle blood and turtle urine.
说不清白，看不分别，混了亲爹；说不清白，混了亲伯。孝介，胡闹，胡闹。昨日香姐上头乱了半夜，今日早起又要刷马桶，到泥湖忙个不了。
Can't explain clearly. If you can't tell the difference, you are confused with your biological father. If you can't explain clearly, you are confused with your biological uncle. Laughter, nonsense, nonsense. Yesterday, Sister Xiang was in trouble for half the night. Today I got up early and had to clean the toilet and empty the pot, which was too busy.
那些孤老婊子还不知搂到几十里。刷马桶界夜行船，末人宿平康深柳巷，惊好梦门外花廊。绣户未开，帘钩才响，春阻10层纱帐。
Those lonely old men and cousins have been holding each other for who knows how long. Introduction to cleaning the toilet, night boat, and I stayed in Pingkong in the deep willow alley, and I was surprised by the beauty outside my dream. Before the embroidery door is opened, the curtain hooks ring, and the 10-layer gauze tent is blocked by spring.
下官杨文聪早来与侯兄道喜。你看院门深闭，事必无声，想是高眠未起。换介，宝儿，你到新人窗外，说我早来道喜。咋，昨夜睡迟了？
Yang Wen-song, the lower official, came early to congratulate Brother Ho. You see the courtyard door is closed and the maidservants are silent, thinking that they have not yet risen from their deep sleep. Calling Jia, Bauer, you go to the newlyweds' window and say I came early to say hello. Miscellaneous, I went to bed late last night.
今日未必起来礼，老爷请回，明日再来罢。莫小姐，胡说，快快去问。小蛋内问介，宝儿，来的是那一个？咋，是杨老爷道喜来了？小蛋忙上。
You may not get up today. Master, please come back and come back tomorrow. Su Ziasuk, nonsense. Go and ask quickly. Xiaodan Naiwenji, Bauer. Which one is coming? Miscellaneous, it's Mr. Yang who is here to congratulate you. Xiaodan is busy.
一阵春宵短，敲门好事多。见介，多谢老爷，成了孩儿一世姻缘。莫，好说。问介，新人起来不曾？小蛋，昨晚睡迟，都还未起立。让座介，老爷请坐。
The spring night is short when leaning on the pillow, but there are many good things to do when knocking on the door. Seeing the introduction, thank you, sir, this has become my child's lifelong marriage. And, it's easy to say. Ask the introduction, have you ever gotten up as a newcomer? Xiaodan, I slept late last night and didn't even get up yet. Asking to sit down, sir, please take a seat.
带我去催他。莫，不必，不必。小蛋下，步步娇。莫，儿女浓情如花酿，美满无他想，黑甜共一香。可也亏了俺帮衬，珠翠辉煌，罗绮飘荡，件件铸新装。
Let me hurry him up. And, no need, no need. Xiao Danxia. Boo boo jiao, and children are as passionate as flowers. They are happy and have no other thoughts, and they share the same sweet and dark place. But thanks to my help, the pearls are splendid, the robes are floating, and every piece of makeup is given to me.
旋出风流榜，小蛋上，好笑，好笑。两个在那里交口丁香，并照菱花，梳洗才完，穿戴未毕。请老爷同到洞房，唤他出来，好饮浮头毛酒。莫
Hang out the romantic list. Xiaodan enters. It's funny, it's funny. The two of them were intertwining lilacs and shining on water chestnuts. They had just finished washing but not yet dressed. Invite the master to go to the bridal chamber with you and call him out so that he can drink Fu Tu Mao wine. End.
惊却好梦，得罪不浅。同下生，但燕庄上沉醉东风。生，但这云情接着雨况，刚骚了心窝奇痒，谁搅起睡鸳鸯？被翻红浪，喜匆匆满怀欢畅。
Shocked but sweet dream, deeply offended. Same as below. Sheng and Dan put on beautiful makeup. Intoxicated by the east wind, Sheng, Dan, the clouds and the rain have just scratched my heart. Who stirred it up? Sleeping mandarin duck. Being turned over by the red waves, I am full of joy in a hurry.
枕上余香，榻上余香，销魂滋味才从梦里尝。莫，小蛋上莫，果然起来了，恭喜恭喜！依依，作戒莫，昨晚崔庄捉句，可还说得入情吗？生一戒，多谢。
The lingering fragrance on the pillow, the lingering fragrance on the handkerchief, the ecstasy taste, can only be tasted in dreams. And Xiaodan enters. And, sure enough, I'm up, congratulations, congratulations. Sit down and introduce. And, I made a clumsy sentence last night, but I still said it in a charming way. Xing Yasuki, thank you.
孝戒，妙是妙极了，只有一件。莫，那一件。生，湘君虽小，还该藏之金屋。看绣戒，小生山绣，如何着得下？具孝戒莫，夜来定情，必有佳作。生
Xiasuk, what's wonderful is that it's wonderful. There's only one thing. Last, which one? Shangjuan is small, but he still deserves to be hidden in a golden house. Look at the sleeves. How can I fit the sleeves of a young student's shirt? Zhu Xiaojia, if you come to seal your love at the end of the night, there will be a masterpiece. Born.
草草色泽，不敢请教。莫，诗在那里？但诗在汕头。向袖中取出扇戒，莫皆看戒，是一柄白纱公扇。绣戒，香得有趣。吟诗戒，妙妙。
He rushes to blame and doesn't dare to ask for advice. And, where is the poem? Dan, the poem is on the fan's head. Taking out the fan from his sleeve. Finally looking at the fan, it's a white gauze palace fan. Smell, the smell is interesting. Introduction to poetry, wonderful, wonderful.
只有湘君不愧此事，复旦戒还收好了，但收扇戒园林好，莫正芬芳桃香李香都提在宫纱扇上，怕遇着狂风吹荡，须紧紧袖中藏。
Only Shangjuan is worthy of this poem. Fu Dongjia, I've put it away. Dan closes the fan. Good garden, and The fragrant peach and plum fragrance are all inscribed on the palace gauze fan. For fear of being blown by the strong wind, you must hide it tightly in your sleeves.
须紧紧袖中藏，莫看淡戒，你看湘君上头之后，更觉艳丽了。相生戒，世兄有福，消此尤物。生，湘君天姿国色，今日插了几朵珠翠。
It must be hidden tightly in the sleeves. Last looking at Dansuk, look at Shangjuan. She looks even more beautiful after she goes up to her head. Xiang Xingjia, world brother, I am blessed to eliminate this beauty. Xiangjuan is so beautiful and beautiful. Today I have put some pearls and green flowers on it.
穿了一套绮罗，十分花貌，又添2分，果然可爱。小旦，这都亏了杨老爷帮衬里。将耳水送到缠头锦、百宝箱，诸为翠绕流苏帐。
Wearing a Chilua outfit, it looks very pretty and adds another dimension. It is really cute. Xiaodan, it's all thanks to Master Yang's help. Jiang'a water was delivered to the head brocade, a treasure chest, and a tasseled tent surrounded by beads and emerald green.
银烛龙沙通宵亮，金杯劝酒何喜畅。今日又早早来看，恰似亲生自养，陪了妆奁，又早敲门来望。但俺看杨老爷虽是马督府至亲。
The silver candle cage and gauze are lit all night long, and the golden cup persuades people to drink and sing together. Today I came to see you early, as if you were raising your own child. I paid the dowry and knocked on the door early to see you. Dan, I see that Mr. Yang is a close relative of the governor of Ma.
却也拮据做客，为何倾置金钱来填烟花之窟？在奴家受之有愧，在老爷失之无名。今日问个明白，以便图报。生，湘君问得有理。
But he is also a guest in a pinch, so why waste money to fill the hole of fireworks? I am ashamed of what I have received in my slave's house, but my master has given me nothing to show for it. I want to ask you clearly today so that I can repay you. But he is also a guest in a pinch, so why waste money to fill the hole of fireworks? I am ashamed of what I have received in my slave's house, but my master has given me nothing to show for it. I want to ask you clearly today so that I can repay you. Shangjuan's question is reasonable.
小弟与杨兄萍水相交，昨日承请太后，也觉不安。莫，既蒙问及，小弟只得实告了。这些庄奁酒席，约费200余金，皆出怀宁之手。生，那个怀宁。
My younger brother and brother Yang have met each other by chance. Yesterday, I felt so deeply attached to each other that I felt uneasy. And, since I was asked about it, I had no choice but to tell the truth. These dowries and banquets cost about 200 gold, all made by Huaining. That Huaining?
莫，曾做过光禄的阮元海。生，是那宛人阮大成吗？莫，正是。生，他为何这样周旋？莫，不过欲纳交足下之意。武功养，莫，现你风流雅望，东落才名。
And, Wan Yuan Hai, who once served as Guanglu. Sheng, is that Wanda Sheng from Anhui? And, exactly. Sheng, why is he being so arrogant? And, it's just a wish to accept the submission. 5 offerings, and, I envy you for your elegant appearance and your reputation in Dongluo.
西汉文章，逢迎随处有，争看坐车郎。 秦淮妙处，暂寻个佳人相伴，也要携鸳鸯被，芙蓉妆。你道是谁的？是那南林大阮，嫁衣全盲。圣
Articles from the Western Han Dynasty. Ingratiation is everywhere, and people vie to see the driver in the car. Qinhuai is a wonderful place. I am temporarily looking for a beautiful woman to be with you. I also want some mandarin duck quilts and hibiscus makeup. Who is it? Who is it? It is the southern neighbor Derwan, who is busy with wedding clothes. Born.
阮元老原是毕年伯，小弟比其为人，决之已久。他今日无故用情，令人不解。末元老有一段苦衷，欲见白于足下。生请教。末
Ruan Yuan is my old uncle, and my younger brother despises him as a human being and has been away from him for a long time. He used emotion for no reason today, which is puzzling. And Yuan Lao had a difficult time, and he wanted to see everything in vain with just one step. Student asked for advice. End.
元老当日曾由赵孟白之门袁氏无备，后来结交魏党，只为救护东林，不料魏党一败，东林反与之水火。近日复设诸生，畅论攻击，大肆殴辱。
Mr. Yuan visited Zhao Mengbai's gate that day, and he turned out to be my generation. Later, he made friends with Wei Dang, just to save Dong Lin. Unexpectedly, when Wei Dang was defeated, Dong Lin turned against him. Recently, various members of the society have started to advocate attacks and wanton beatings and humiliations.
岂非操同事之歌乎？元老故交虽多，因其行迹可疑，亦无人代为分辨。每日向天大哭，说道：“同类相残，伤心惨目，非河南侯君不能救我。”
Could it be that they are fighting against each other? Although Yuan Lao has many old friends, because of his suspicious behavior, there is no one to tell the difference on his behalf. Every day I cried loudly to the sky and said, "The same kind kills each other. I am so sad and miserable. No one but the Marquis of Hunan can save me."
所以今日谆谆纳教，生原来如此。俺看袁海情辞迫切，亦觉可怜。就便真是魏党悔过来归，亦不可决之太甚，况罪有可原乎？定生刺猬。
So today I pay my dues earnestly. Sheng, so that's how it is. I see Yuan Hai's passionate words and feel pitiful. Even if it is true that Wei Dang repented and returned, he should not go too far, since his crime was excusable. Dingsheng, Second Tale.
接我至交，明日相见，即为分解。莫果然如此，吾党之幸也。但怒戒官人是何等说话？阮大铖屈服权奸，廉耻丧尽，妇人女子无不唾骂。
They are all my best friends. When we meet tomorrow, we will break up. And, as expected, our party is lucky. Dan Nuji, how officials talk. Wanda Sheng clings to power and becomes an adulterer, losing all his integrity. Women and girls are all scolded.
他人攻之，官人救之，官人自处于何等也？传播照不思想，把话儿轻易讲。要与他消逝灾殃，要与他消逝灾殃，也提防旁人短长。官人之意。
Others attack it, but the official rescues it. How can the official find himself? Don't think, speak easily. We must eliminate disasters with him. we must eliminate disasters with him, and we should also be aware of the shortcomings and shortcomings of others. The official's intention.
不过因他筑案庄连，便要徇私费公，那知道这几件拆穿衣裙，原放不到我湘军眼里。拔簪脱衣介，脱裙衫，穷不防，不惊人，名自香。莫，啊呀！
However, because he helped me with my dowry, he wanted to do favoritism and deprive the public. But you know that these hairpins and dresses are not in my eyes, Mr. Xiang. However, because he helped me with my dowry, he wanted to do favoritism and deprive the public. But you know that these hairpins and dresses are not in my eyes, Mr. Xiang. Pull out the hairpin and take off your clothes, take off your skirt and shirt. It's okay if you are poor. People who are clothed with thorns have a fragrant name. And, ah.
湘军气性，推也刚烈。小旦，把好好东西都丢一地，可惜，可惜。十戒生，好，好，好。这等见识，我倒不如，真乃侯生未有也。相莫见，老兄休怪。
Xiang Juan's temperament is also strong. Xiaodan, it's a pity that all the good things are thrown away. Shiji, okay, okay, okay. This kind of knowledge is not as good as mine. I am really afraid of my friends. To Soosuk, brother, don't be weird.
弟非不领教，但恐为女子所笑耳。前腔生平康相，他能将名节讲，偏是咱学校朝堂，偏是咱学校朝堂，混闲间不问青黄。
It's not that I don't understand, but I'm afraid that women will laugh at me. Qinxiang, Pingkong Lane, he can tell the story. He is the court of our school. He is the court of our school. He mixes with virtuous and traitors regardless of youth.
那些设有平日重俺侯生者，也只为这点义气。我若依附奸邪，那时群起来攻，自救不暇，焉能救人乎？节何明，非范常，重何轻，须沈详。莫。
Those social friends who respect me as a nobleman are just for this little bit of loyalty. If I am attached to evil spirits, then they will attack in groups and I will not be able to save myself. How can I save others? Sections and names are not common, heavy and light, need to be carefully examined. End.
元老一段好意，也还不可激烈。生，我虽至于，亦不肯从警救人。莫，既然如此，小弟告辞了。生，这些香笼原是阮家之物，湘军不用，留之无益。
The good intentions of the old man should not be too intense. Sheng, even though I am extremely stupid, I will not save anyone from the well. And, in this case, the younger brother took his leave. These boxes and cages were originally belongings to the Ruan family. Mr. Xiang does not use them, so it is useless to keep them.
还求取去罢。莫，正是多情反被无情恼，乘兴而来兴尽还。下但脑界生看淡界，俺看湘军天姿国色，摘了几朵珠翠，脱去一套绮罗，十分容貌。
Just ask for it. And, it is precisely, passionate people will be annoyed by ruthlessness, and those who take advantage of the joy will return it after all the joy. Part 2, Dan Nuajia, Danjia. I look at Xiangjuan, the beauty of the sky and the beauty of the country. I picked a few pearls and took off a set of beautiful clothes, and I looked very beautiful.
又天时分，更觉可爱。小旦，虽如此说，舍了许多东西，倒抵可惜。尾生 金珠到手轻轻放，惯成了娇痴模样，辜负俺辛勤做老娘。生，些许东西。
Add another 10 points and feel even more lovely. Xiaodan, having said that, it is a pity to have given up so many things. Add another 10 points and feel even more lovely. Xiaodan, having said that, it is a pity to have given up so many things. Ending, I gently put the golden pearl in my hand, and became a coquettish and infatuated person, letting me live up to my hard work as a mother. Give birth to something necessary.
何足挂念，小生照样赔来。小旦，这等才好。小旦，花钱粉钞费商量，但群部拆经也不妨。生，只有湘军能解配，但风标不学是时装。
No need to worry about it, Shaoxing still pays for it. Xiaodan, it's better to wait. Xiaodan spends money and money to discuss, Den, doesn't matter if he wears skirts and hairpins. Sheng, only Shangjuan can wear it, Dan, Fengbiao doesn't know how to wear it.
第八出，闹谢鬼卫五岳金鸡叫。末，小生扮陈真会，吴英机上。末，共愿秦淮尽，赛青金，胜金陵粉。小生桀闹端阳只一瞬，满眼繁华。
The 8th chapter, Noisy Pavilion, Gui Wei Mei. Golden Rooster crows. At the end, Shaoxing pretends to be Chen Zhenhui and Wu Yingji. At the end, Qinhuai is close to Gong Yuan, and Qing Jin is competing, leaving only a few gold and powder. Shaoxing, the Dragon Boat Festival only lasts for a moment, and the eyes are full of prosperity.
王谢少人问：莫唤小生借，刺猬兄，我和你屡抵异域，特到奏怀赏节，怎地不见同舍一人？小生想都在登船之上，只借这是丁季之水榭。
Wang Xia asked the young man. The last call is Zaya Shengji, brother Tsiwei. You and I are depressed when we stay in the hotel. We are here for the Huaihe Appreciation Festival. Why don't we see anyone from the same company? Wang Xia asked the young man. The last call is Zaya Shengji, brother Tsiwei. You and I are depressed when we stay in the hotel. We are here for the Huaihe Appreciation Festival. Why don't we see anyone from the same company? Shaoxing, thinking of everything, is on the light boat.
正好登跳，场上搭河房一座，悬灯垂帘，同灯戒，莫换戒。丁季老在家吗？杂扮小童上，留花红似火，爱叶碧如烟。见戒，原来是臣，无二位相公。
Just in time to climb up and overlook. A river house is set up on the field, with hanging lights and curtains. Tong Dingjia. Mo Huangjia, is Ding Jaleo at home? Enter the children in mixed costumes. The pomegranate flowers are as red as fire, and the moxa leaves are as green as smoke. See the introduction. It turned out to be Chen and Wu, the two ministers.
我家主人赴登船会去了，家中备下酒席，但有客来，随便留坐的。莫，这样有趣，小生可称主人好事矣。莫，我们在此雅集，恐有俗子拦入。
My master went to the Lantern Festival. A banquet is prepared at home, but when guests come, anyone can sit down casually. And, so interesting. Shaoxing can be said to be a good thing for the master. And, we are gathering here, for fear that some vulgar people may wander in.
不免设法拒绝他。换戒，童子取个灯笼来。杂音下，取灯笼上墨写戒， 复社会文，闲人免进。杂挂灯笼界小生，若同社朋友到此。
He couldn't help but try to reject him. Call for introduction. The boy brings a lantern. Exit the miscellaneous response and take the lantern. Introduction written at the end. Restore social culture. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Introduction to hanging lanterns. Shaosheng, if friends from the same company are here.
便该请他入会了。莫，正是。杂指界，你听鼓吹之声，登船早已来了。莫，小生凭栏望借了声，但哑装童丑扮柳敬亭，竟扮苏昆生，吹弹鼓板坐船上。
It's time to invite him to join the party. End, exactly. Miscellaneous Jijia, listen to the drumming, the lightship has already arrived. At the end, Shaoxing leans on the railing to watch the introduction. Sheng and Danya make up the same ugly makeup as Lu Jingting and Jing as Su Kuansheng, play the drum board and ride on the boat.
八声甘州，莫丝竹隐隐，在将来一对乌帽红裙，天然风韵，映着柳墨斜熏。明书也须明示衬，画舫偏移画格岭。小生销魂，趁晚凉仙侣同群。
8 sounds of Ganzhou, and silk and bamboo are faintly visible, carrying a team of black hats and red skirts in the future. The natural charm reflects the slanting willow trees. Famous ladies also need celebrities, so it is better to paint a boat next to a pavilion. Shaosheng, dispel the soul, take advantage of the night to cool down the fairy couple.
莫只见那登船上，好似侯朝宗。小生，侯朝宗是我们同社该请入会的。莫只见那个女客便是李香君，也好请她吗？小生
Moziji, that light boat looks like Ho Chaozong. Shaosheng, Ho Chaozong is a fellow member of our club and should be invited to join the club. Introduction at the end, that female guest is Li Shangjuan. Is it okay to invite her? Shaosheng.
李香君不受软胡子庄帘，竟是复社的朋友，请来何妨？莫，这等说来，只见那两个吹歌的柳敬亭、苏昆生不肯做软胡子门客。
Li Shangjuan didn't accept one who's dowry, but he was actually a friend of Fusha, so why not invite him? And, speaking of which, referring to, the two singers Lu Jingting and Su Kuansheng were unwilling to be Wanhu's disciples.
都是复社朋友了，请上楼来更是有趣。小生待我唤他，唤介侯社兄，侯社兄。生望见介那水榭之上高声唤我的是陈定生、吴刺猬。龚介，请了。
They are all friends from Fusha. Please come upstairs, it's even more interesting. Shaosheng, wait until I call him. Calling Jia, brother Ho Shi, brother Ho Shi. Sheng Wang Jianjia, the people calling me loudly on the waterside pavilion were Chen Dingsheng and Wu Ziwei. Kosuka, please.
莫招手介，这是丁记之水榭，备有酒席，侯兄同乡君、敬亭、昆生都上楼来，大家赏结罢。生，最妙了。向丑、敬、但介，我们同上楼去。吹弹上界排歌。
At the end of the wave, he introduced, this is Ding Jiji's waterside pavilion. There is a banquet prepared. Brother Ho, Shangjuan, Jingting, and Kuansheng have all come upstairs to enjoy the festival. Is the best. Xiang Chou, Jing, and Danjia, let's go upstairs together. Bukadan Shangsuk, song rehearsal.
生、旦、龙舟并，画桨分，葵花蒲叶泛金樽。朱楼密，子丈云，吹箫打鼓入层云。渐渐末四位到来，果然成了个复社文会了。生，如何是复社文会？
Sheng and Dan, dragon boats merge together, paddles are drawn separately, sunflowers and cattail leaves fill the golden cups. The Zhulu is dense, the purple barrier is even, and the flute and drum are played into the clouds. Introduction. Last, the arrival of the four has indeed become a restoring society and cultural society. What is restoring social and cultural society?
小生指灯戒，请看。生看灯笼戒，不知今日会闻，小弟来的恰好。愁，闲人免进，我们未免唐突了。小生，你们不肯做阮家门客的。
Shaoxing refers to Dengsuk, please look. Shinkan Lantern Introduction. I didn't know that there will be a text today, but I came just in time. Ugly, no idlers allowed in, we are being too rude. Shaoxing, you don't want to be a guest of the Ruan family.
那个不是复社朋友。生，难道湘君也是复社朋友吗？小生，湘君却怜一世，只怕复社朋友还让以仇力。莫，以后竟该称他老社嫂了。但孝介
Isn't that a friend from Fusha? Sheng, is Xiangjuan also a friend of Fusha? Shaoxing, Xiangjuan asked for the dowry, but I'm afraid that my friends who have returned to society will still be able to give in. And, now it's time to call him Lao Shi's sister-in-law. Dan Xiasuk.
岂敢！莫换戒，童子把酒来斟，我们赏节。莫，小生，生坐一边，丑，静，淡坐一边。饮酒戒，八升甘粥。莫，小生，相亲，风流俊品，满座上都是语笑春温。丑。
How dare! Mo Huanjia, boy, please pour the wine and we will enjoy the festival. Mo, Shaoxing, and Xing sit on one side, Cho, Jing, and Dan sit on the other side. Drinking Introduction. Bashing Ganzhou, Mo, Shaoxing, blind date, romantic and handsome, everyone in the seat is full of words laughing at spring warmth. Ugly.
静，良愁随恨，凭他烟脑应嗔。生，旦，榴花照楼如火喷，蜀汉南沾白玉人。杂报界，登船来了，登船来了。只见你看人山人海，围着一条烛龙。
Jing, Liang is worried about Sui's hatred, and his yen is annoyed and Orioles are angry. Sheng, Dan, the pomegranate blossoms shine on the building like fire, and the heat sweat can hardly touch the white jade woman. Miscellaneous newspaper introduction. The lightship is coming, the lightship is coming. Introduction. Look at the huge crowds of people surrounding a candle dragon.
快快看来！众起凭栏看界，半处灯船，悬五色角灯，大鼓大吹绕场数回下。瞅，你看这般富丽，都是公侯勋位之家。右半灯船悬五色纱灯。
Take a quick look. Everyone stands up and leans on the railing to watch the introduction, demonstrates a light boat, hangs 5-color horn lanterns, and goes around the venue several times with loud drums. Ugly, you see, it is so gorgeous. It is the home of a prince, a noble, and a noble guard. He also dressed up as a light boat and hung 5-color gauze lanterns.
打粗十番，绕场数回下。竟，这是些富商大贾，衙门书办却也闹热。右半灯船悬五色纸灯，打细十番， 绕场数回下。末，你看船上吃酒的。
Beat them 10 times, go around the field several times. Net, these are some wealthy businessmen, and they are in the Yamen office, but they are also busy. He also pretends to be a lantern boat and hangs 5-color paper lanterns, making them 10 times finer and circling the scene several times, and, look at the people eating wine on the boat.
都是些翰林部院老先生们。小生，我背的诗尾到底有些娇寒岛瘦。众笑介，和纷纭，望金波天汉迷津。生，夜阑更深，灯传过尽了。
They are all old gentlemen from the Imperial Academy. Shaosheng, the behavior of my generation is a bit skinny on a cold island in the countryside. Everyone laughs, combined, there are many different things, looking at the golden waves, Tianhan and Tianjin. The night is getting deeper and the light boats have passed.
我们作篇诗赋也不负会文之约。末是，但不知作何题目。小生做一篇哀乡赋，倒有意思的。生依小弟愚见，不如集景联句，更觉畅怀。末妙。
When we write a poem or poem, we live up to our promise to write a poem. And, yes, but I don't know what topic to do. Shaosheng, it would be interesting to write a poem about mourning for Hunan. In my humble opinion, it is better to couplet sentences with scenes, which will make me feel more relaxed. Last, wonderful.
妙。问介，我三人谁起谁解？生自然让定生兄起节了。丑问介，三位相公连句宵夜，我们三个陪着打盹吗？末也有个借重之处。竟有何使欢？末
Wonderful. Ask the introduction, who among the three of us will marry? Sheng, naturally let brother Dingsheng get married. Chou Wenjia, the 3 husbands and wives spent the night together. Can the 3 of us take a nap together? And, also has a point of reference. Jing, what's the use? End.
俺们每成4韵，饮酒一杯，你们便吹弹一回。生，有趣，真是闻酒笙歌之会。莫拱介，小弟敬见了。银介，赏节秦淮谢，论新句孟家。笑声。
Every time we make 4 rhymes and drink a glass of wine, you will play it once. Interesting. It was truly a gathering of wine, music and music. Su Gongsuk, the younger brother, actually arrogated. Injia, appreciation of the Qinhuai Pavilion, discussing the heart drama of the Mencius. Shaosheng.
黄开金果叶，红战火烧花。生，仆见何须是，魁心未肯差。末，辟兵逢才侣，却鬼得单杀。末，小生生饮酒，丑击云罗，净弹乐琴，但吹箫一回借小生。
Yellow leaves are covered with gold, and red flowers are blooming. Why try the Pu's sword? Kuei Xian is not willing to let it go. And, when a soldier emerges, he gets a ray of color, but a ghost gets the cinnabar. In the late, junior and senior years, drinking wine, Cho hitting the gong, playing the yuaqin, Dan playing the flute once. Shaosheng.
甚是楼缥缈，虹桥洞驱邪。生，登宜西市域，周氏换龙拿。末，星宿彩里海，玻璃更炼瓦。小生，光流银汉水，影动赤城霞。赵钱介生， 玉树南斜派。
The Mirage buildings are misty, and the Hongqiao cave is winding and slanted. Sheng, the lamp is controlled by the Shi family, and the boat is held by the dragon. At the end, the stars have just left the sea, and the glass has been refined. Shaoxing, the light flows through the silver Han River, and the shadow moves through the clouds of Akaji. Photo introduction. Raw, Yushu is difficult to photograph.
渔阳不便抓，末归年宣邸馆，终散闹争怕。小生寄揽千条锦，连窗万眼纱。生秋萍亭斗子，瓷柱吕壶茶。照前界墨，砚笔焚焦烈，生铜对垒华。
Yuyang does not know Laos. And, in the year of the turtle, the flute and pipe are played loudly, and the zither and lute are played in the middle. Shaoxing, there are thousands of brocades on the cables, and thousands of gauze on the windows. Sheng, the catalpa tree stops and the bucket is poured, and the porcelain note is poured out for tea. Photo from the introduction. And, the flames are more powerful than the burning peppers, and the sounds are the same.
小生电雷争此夜，珠翠胜谁家？生营照无人怨，乌啼有树芽。末凭栏人散后，作复调长沙。照前界重起界末，有趣有趣。竟连成16月。
Shaoxing, lightning and thunder compete this night. Who will be left with pearls and emeralds? The fireflies shine in an uninhabited garden, and the crows crow in a tree yamen. And, after the people on the fence dispersed, they wrote poems to mourn in Changsha. Shaoxing, lightning and thunder compete this night. Who will be left with pearls and emeralds? The fireflies shine in an uninhabited garden, and the crows crow in a tree yamen. And, after the people on the fence dispersed, they wrote poems to mourn in Changsha. Introduced by Zhao Qian, introduced by everyone, and, interesting, interesting. It actually forms 16 rhymes.
明日可以发课了。小生，我们唱喝得许多感慨，他们吹弹出无限凄凉，楼下船中料无解人也。镜像丑介，闲话且休讲，自古道良宵苦短。
It can be engraved tomorrow. Shaoxing, we advocated and got a lot of emotion. They blew up the infinite desolation. Downstairs in the boat, no one could understand it. Jingxiang Chojia, no more gossiping. Since ancient times, good nights are short.
盛世难逢，我两个一边唱曲，臣吴二位相公一边劝酒，让他明示，美人另做一个风流佳会何如？朝，使得，这是我们邦贤本等也。末
Victories are rare. The two of us were singing songs, while the two husbands, Chen and Wu, were persuading him to drink wine and invite him to be a celebrity or beauty. How about having another romantic meeting? Ugly, this is what we are doing to help others. End.
我与次兄原有主道，正该少身敬意。小生就请依次坐来。生但正坐，末小生坐左，丑静坐右界，生向旦界，承重为雅意，让我两个并坐牙床。
My second brother and I have a common destiny, so we should show less respect. Shaoxing, please sit down one by one. Sheng and Dan sit upright, Mo and Shaoxing sit on the left, Chou and Jing sit on the right. Xing Xiangdan introduces, in line with everyone's elegance, let me sit on the gums side by side.
又吃一回合锦双杯，倒也有趣。 但微笑界莫小声劝酒，竟惆怅界排歌歌才发，灯未昏，佳人重斗欲精神。诗题毕，酒沾唇，才郎偏会语温存。
It's quite interesting to have another round of double cups. Dan smiled and introduced. At the end of the day, Shaoxing persuaded to drink, Jing and Cho sang to introduce. Singing song, the song has just begun, the lamp is not dimmed, the beauty regains her jade spirit. The poem is written on the wall, the wine is on the lips, and the talented man speaks tenderly.
杂报界灯船又来了。莫夜已三更，怎地还有灯船？举起凭栏看界，附近半软大城坐灯船。杂伴幽人，细吹细唱，缓缓上，竟这船上像些老白象。
Miscellaneous news, the lightship is coming again. Last, it's already 3 o'clock at night, why are there still lightships? Both get up and lean on the railing to watch the introduction. The deputy Jing pretends to be Ruan de Shang and rides on a light boat. He plays the role of a distinguished person and plays and sings slowly. Jing, this boat looks like some old white men.
大家洗耳，细细领略。夫经历船头自语介，我阮大成买舟载歌，原要早出游赏，只恐遇着轻薄厮闹，故此半夜才来，好恼人也。致戒。
Everyone, wash your ears and appreciate it carefully. Vice Chairman Jingli said to himself on the bow of the boat, Ruan de Shang bought a boat and sang songs, and I was planning to go out early to enjoy the trip. But I was afraid that I would encounter some frivolous fights, so I came here in the middle of the night, which is so annoying. Referring to
那丁家河房上有灯火，唤介小厮看有何人在上，砸上岸看，回报界灯笼上写着附社会文，闲人免进。附近经界了不得，了不得。姚秀界
There are still lights in the Ding family's river house. Call for introduction, boy, who is here? Come ashore to read and report back. The lanterns read, restore social civilization, idlers are not allowed to enter. Vice Jing Jingsuk, amazing, amazing. Wagsitsuk.
快些笙歌，快灭灯火。灭灯，只吹，悄悄撑船下。莫，好好一只灯船，为何歇了笙歌，灭了灯火，悄然而去？小声，这也奇怪，脍炙人看来。朝，不必去看。
Stop playing music and put out the lights. Turn out the lights, stop blowing, and quietly punt the boat down. And, it was such a light boat, why did it stop singing, extinguish the lights, and quietly go away? Shaoxing, this is also strange, if you look at it quickly. Ugly, no need to look at it.
我老眼虽昏，早已看真了。那个胡子，便是阮元海。竟，我倒吹歌那样不同。莫怒介，好大胆老奴才！这贡院之前，也许他来游耍吗？笑声。
Although my old eyes are dim, I have already seen the truth. That beard is Ruan Yuan Hai. Jing, my way of singing is so different. Monyasuk, what a bold old slave. Maybe he comes to play in front of the Gongyuan. Shaoxing.
待我走去，采掉他胡子。玉下界，生兰界，罢罢。他既回避，我们也不必为己慎之行。莫，侯兄，不知我不己慎，他便己慎了。朝，船已去远，丢开手罢。
When I go, I will pluck his beard. Want to introduce? Xing stopped introducing. Come on, come on. Since he avoids it, we don't have to do anything for ourselves. And, Brother Ho, if I don't know what I am doing, he will do it. Ugly, the ship has gone far, so let's throw it away.
小生变异了这胡子，但夜色已深，大家散罢。丑，香姐想妈妈了，我们送她回去。莫，小生，我二人不回狱，就下榻此间了。生，两兄既不回狱，
Xiaosheng will benefit from this beard. Dan, it's already dark, let's all disperse. Ugly, Sister Xiang misses her mother, so we will send her back. Mo, Xiaosheng, the two of us will stay here instead of going back to our apartment. Sheng, the two brothers neither returned to their apartment.
我们过船的就此作别吧。请了，莫，小生，请了。先下生，旦，丑，径下船，杂摇船行介余文下楼台，游人尽，小舟留得一家春，只怕花底难敲深夜门。
For those of us who have crossed the boat, let's just say goodbye. Please. Mo, Xiaosheng, please. Get off first. Sheng, Dan, Cho, and Jing get off the boat, and the boat is about to be introduced. Yuan, when we go down to the balcony, all the tourists are gone. The boat can save the whole family, but I am afraid that the bottom of the flower will be difficult to knock out late at night door.
生，月落烟浓露不真，但小楼红处是东林丑，秦淮一里盈盈水，静，夜半春帆送美人。第九出，府兵鬼卫7月点绛唇，复敬莫办二将官。
The moon is setting and the smoke is thick. The road is not real. Dan, the red part of the small building is the east neighbor. Ugly, Qinhuai is filled with water for a mile, clean, spring sails send beauties in the middle of the night. The 9th chapter, Fu Bing, Gui Wei July, Jian Crimson Lips, Fu Jing, Mo pretends to be the second general.
杂办四小卒上，齐卷军牙，射朝弩发经泥帕，操弓试马，鼓角斜阳下。俺们镇守武昌兵马大元帅宁南侯麾下将士是也。今日点卯日期。
Enter 4 soldiers in miscellaneous disguises. The flag is curled in the teeth of the army, and the crossbow is fired at the tide to scare the whale salamander. Playing with the bow and testing the horse, under the setting sun. We are the soldiers under the command of Marshal Ning Nanho who are guarding Wuchang. Today's date is clicked.
元帅升帐，只得在此伺候。吹打开门戒，粉蝶儿，小生戎装，半左梁玉上，7尺昂藏，虎头燕颌如画，莽男儿走遍天涯。活其人，非食肉，风云叱咤。
The marshal has been promoted, so he has to wait here. Blowing to open the door. Pink butterfly, Shaoxing military uniform, pretending to be Zhuo Liangyu, is 7 feet tall, with a tiger's head and swallow's jaws like a painting, a reckless man traveling all over the world. Riding people alive, flying and eating meat, the wind and clouds are powerful.
报国恩，一腔热血挥洒，剑牙吹角不闻喧。30登坛众所尊，加散万金仇士死，身留一剑答君恩。咱家左良玉，表自昆山，家住辽阳，是为都司。
Repay the kindness of the country with passion and passion. Jianya blows the trumpet without hearing the noise, and at 30 he ascends the altar and is respected by all. The family spends 10,000 gold to pay the man to die, but he keeps a sword on his body to repay the king's kindness. Our family's Wuliangyu, whose cousin is Kunshan, lives in Liaoyang and has been the capital for generations.
只因得罪罢职，补良昌平。幸遇军门侯寻，拔羽走卒，命为战将，不到1年，又拜总兵之官。北讨南征，攻加厚薄，强兵竞马，列阵荆襄。做世界。
Just because he was offended, he was dismissed from his post and replenished food to make peace. Fortunately, he met Ho Sun of the army, and he was separated from the soldiers and appointed as a war general. Within a year, he became an officer of the general army. Conquering the north and conquering the south, the merits of Ho Bo were increased. Strong troops and horses were used to control Jingxiang. Acting as a gesture.
看俺左良玉，自幼习学武艺，能玩武弹之功，善为左右之射。那里自成张献忠几个毛贼，何难超灭？只可恨都师无人，机宜错过熊文灿。
Look at me, Zhuoliangyu, who has learned martial arts since he was a child. He can draw a 5-stone bow and is good at shooting from the left and right. How can it be difficult to exterminate the thieves Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong? I can only regret that there is no supervisor and I missed the opportunity. Xiong Wencan.
杨嗣昌既偏私而败绩，丁启瑞、吕大器又因怠玩而无功。只有俺恩帅侯公智勇兼全，尽能经理中原，不义奸人济公，才用急修。
Yang Sikang failed because of partiality, and Ding Chirue and Lu Daqi failed because of laziness. Only I, a kind and handsome Ho Gong, with both wisdom and bravery, can manage the Central Plains to the best of my ability. I don't want to be a traitor and avoid merit, so I will stop using it immediately.
叫俺一腔热血，报主无期，好不恨也。顿足戒，罢，罢，罢。这湖南、湖北也还可战可守，且观成败，再定行藏。坐界内坐重兵喊叫，小声惊问界。
It makes me so passionate that I can never wait to repay my master, so I hate it so much. Pauses. Come on, come on, come on. Hunan and Hubei can still be fought and defended. We will wait and see the success or failure before we decide where to hide. Sit down and introduce. All the soldiers inside were shouting, and the young man was surprised and asked about introduction.
辕门之外，何人喧哗？附近莫秉介，禀上元帅，辕门肃静，谁敢喧哗？笑声怒戒，现在喧哗，怎报没有？附近莫，那是击兵讨饷，并非喧哗。笑声都。
Who is making any noise outside the camp gate? Deputy Jing, Mo Chuanjia, report to the marshal. The camp gate is quiet. Who dares to make a noise? Shaoxing Nuji, there is so much noise now. How can we not repay it? Fu Jing, Mo, that was a hungry soldier asking for pay, not making a noise. Shaoxing, ouch.
前自湖南借粮30船，不到1月，南岛之完了。附近莫禀元帅，本镇人马已足30万了，些须粮草，哪够支销？小声拍案界，呵呀！
I borrowed 30 ships of grain from Hunan before, but in less than a month, it was all delivered. Deputy Jing, Mo, reported to the marshal that there are already 300,000 men and horses in this town. Some of them need food and grass, which will be enough to cover expenses. Xiaoxing's introduction to the case, haha.
这等却也难处理。立起，畅借北十六花，你看中原柴虎乱如麻，都窥伺龙楼凤阙帝王家，有何人秦王报主，肯把一起拿？那都是无老将。
This is also difficult to wait for. Stand up and sing introduction. Northern pomegranate flower, you see the jackals and tigers in the central plains are in chaos, all spying on the emperor's house in Longlu and Fengke, who is diligent in reporting to the king and willing to take the righteous flag. There are no veteran generals in the governor.
选士皆骄娃，却叫俺自称达，却叫俺自称达。正腾腾杀气，这军粮又早缺乏。一阵阵拍手喧哗，一阵阵拍手喧哗，百忙中教我如何答话。
The selected scholars are all darlings, but they teach me how to be self-reliant. They are full of murderous intent, and the military rations have been in short supply for a long time. There were bursts of clapping and shouting, and bursts of clapping and shouting. He taught me how to answer in his busy schedule.
好一似轰轰白昼闹风哑，作界内又喊借的小声，你听外边将士一发鼓噪，好像要反的光景，左右听俺吩咐。立起，唱借上小楼。
It's like being in the office during the day. Sitting down. Calling Jia inside again. Xiaoxing, you hear the soldiers outside getting louder and louder, as if they are about to rebel. Follow my orders to the left and right. Stand up and sing introduction. Go up to the small building.
您不要错怨咱家，您不要错怨咱家。谁不是天朝犬马？他300年养士不差，300年养士不差，都要把良心拍打。为什么击鼓敲门闹专家？
Don't blame our family wrongly. Don't blame our family wrongly. Who is not the dog and horse of the celestial dynasty? He has been good at raising people for 300 years, and he has been good at raising people for 300 years. You have to slap your conscience. Why do you beat the drums and knock on the door and make a fuss?
敢则要劫库抢官衙，俺这里望眼巴巴，俺这里望眼巴巴，后江州军粮飞下。作界抽令建制地界附境，莫实践，向内吩咐界元帅有令。
If you dare, you will rob the treasury and rob the government office. I'm here looking eagerly, waiting for Jiangzhou's military rations to fly down. Sitting down. Drawing arrows and throwing them on the ground. Vice clean, picking up arrows at the end, and pointing inward, the marshal has an order.
三军听者，目下军饷缺乏，乃人马归附之多，非粮草囤积之少。朝廷深恩，不可不报；将军严令，不可不遵。况江西诸饷，直道远，各宜静听。
Listeners to the three armies, the current lack of military pay is due to the large number of men and horses who have returned, not the lack of food and grass. The court's deep kindness must be repaid, the general's strict orders must be obeyed. Huang Jiangxi is helping people pay, and the sun is coming to the camp, so everyone should listen quietly.
雾的喧哗，附近莫回画界，奉元帅军令，俱已小于3军了。内又喊教界小声，怎么鼓噪之声渐入辕门？你再去吩咐。立起，唱借黄龙范。
Don't make any noise. Deputy Jing, Mahue Huajia, following the marshal's military order, all the three armies have been informed. He shouted again. Xiaoxing, why is the noise gradually coming to the camp gate? Go and give the order. Stand up and sing an introduction, Huanglong prisoner.
您且忍消复这一消，盼江西那几差。俺待要飞袭金陵，俺待要飞袭金陵。告兵曹转达车驾，许咱们千镇一家，许咱们千镇一家。就粮东去。
Just bear with your hunger all night and look forward to those days in Jiangxi. I am about to fly to Jinling. I am about to fly to Jinling. Tell the military commander to convey the message to the driver, and allow us to move to the town and move our home. Allow us to move to the town and move our home. Just go east for food.
安营歇马，驾楼船到燕子矶边耍。副敬，莫持令箭向内吩咐界，元帅有令，三军听者，粮船一到，即便之发。仍恐转运为艰，消复难待。
We set up camp, rested our horses, and sailed a boat to Yanziji to play. Fu Jing, Mo holds the command arrow and points inward to command. The marshal has an order, and the three armies listen. As soon as the grain ship arrives, it will be dispatched. I am still afraid that the transportation will be difficult and I will be hungry.
不日撤兵汉口，就食南京，永无缺乏之余，同享保腾之乐。各宜静听，勿在喧哗。内欢呼界，好，好，好！大家收拾行装，预备东去啊！副敬，莫回声界。
Soon we will withdraw from Hankow and eat in Nanjing. There will never be any fear of shortage and we will enjoy the joy of fullness together. Everyone should listen quietly and stop making noise. Introduction to cheers, okay, okay, okay. Everyone packs up and prepares to go east. Fu Jing, Mo Hui Xingjia.
禀上元帅，三军闻令，俱各欢呼散去了。小生事已如此，无可奈何，只得择期一阵，暂为军心。想借，且住，未奉明旨，折自前行，虽圣恩宽大。
Reporting to the marshal, upon hearing the order, the three armies cheered and dispersed. Shaosheng, things have become like this. We have no choice but to move to the town at a selected time to temporarily comfort the morale of the army. Want to introduce, stay here, but without following the clear decree, you just go ahead on your own, even though the Holy Grace is generous.
未必加诸，只恐行迹之间，难免天下之意。是非小可，再作商量。尾声为三军没别法，许就梁先生才罢。谁知俺一片葵青向日花。下。
He may not necessarily be punished. I'm just afraid that the world will inevitably discuss his actions. It's not a trivial matter, let's discuss it again. And there is no other way to comfort the three armies. I only need food and noise. Who knows that I am a sunflower leaning towards a sunflower? Down.
那座吹打掩门，四足下附近项目。老哥，咱弟兄们商量，天下强兵勇将，让俺武昌。明日顺流东下，料知没人抵挡。大家拥着元帅也。
I'm going to play and beat to close the door, and the four pawns are out. Deputy Jing Xiangma, brother, let's discuss it with the brothers. The world's strong soldiers and brave generals will make me Wu Chang. Tomorrow I will go eastward with the current, and no one will resist me. Everyone embraced the marshal.
一直抢了南京，就扯起黄旗往北京进去，有何不可？莫摇手戒，我们左爷爷忠义之人，这样风话且不要提。依着我说，还是一家就粮。
As long as Nanjing is robbed, why not raise the yellow flag and advance towards Beijing? Finally shaking hands to introduce, we, Grandpa's Hua, are loyal people. Let's not talk about such gossip. According to me, it is better to move home to get food.
且吃饱饭为妙。父亲，你还不知，一移南京，人心惊慌，就不取北京，这个恶名也免不得了。末，纷纷将士愿意家，复敬细柳营中起木家末。
It is better to have a full meal. Fujing, you don't know that once you move to Nanjing, people will panic, so you won't move to Beijing. This bad reputation is inevitable. And, one after another, the soldiers are willing to move home. Video Jing. There are dusk bamboos in the Shiliu camp. End.
千古英雄须打算，复敬楼船东下一声差。第10出，修札癸未8月，丑扮柳敬亭上，老子江湖慢自夸，收金贩股市生涯。年来怕做朱门客。
The heroes of the ages must fight against each other, and the shipowner of the Fujing Tower will have a bad life in the next life. The 10th chapter Ziaza, Guiwei August, ugly disguised as Lu Jingting, I boasted in the world, collecting the present and selling the past is my life. I have been afraid of being a guest of a wealthy family for many years.
闲坐街坊吃冷茶，孝介在下柳敬亭，自幼无界，流落江湖，虽则为弹词之辈，却不是饮食之人。拱介，列位看我像个甚的，好像一位阎罗王。
Sit in the neighborhood and eat cold tea. Laughter. I am Lu Jingting, who has been homeless since he was a child and has been living in the world. Although he is a talker, he is not a person of food and drink. Gongsuk, you all look at me like a king of Yama.
长着这本大账簿，点了梅树的鬼魂名姓，又像一尊弥勒佛，舔着这副大肚皮，装了无限的世态炎凉。古板轻敲，便有风雷雨露，舌唇才动。
Holding this big account book, he counted the names of countless ghosts. He was also like a Maitreya Buddha, carrying this big belly, containing the infinite warmth and coldness of the world. When the drum board is tapped lightly, there will be wind, thunder, rain, and dew. Only then will the tongue and lips move.
也成月旦春秋，这些含冤的孝子忠臣，少不得还他个扬眉吐气。那般得意的奸雄邪党，免不了加他些人祸天诛，此乃补救之威权。
It also becomes the spring and autumn festival. These filial sons and loyal ministers who had been wronged could not help but be proud of themselves. The triumphant and evil party would inevitably inflict disasters on them. This was the small power of redress.
亦是包机之妙用。孝介，俺柳麻子信口胡谈，却也造皮。昨日河南侯公子送到茶资，约定今日午，后来听评话，且把古板取出。
It is also a wonderful use of praise and ridicule. Laughter. I, Lu Matzi, talk nonsense, but I also get angry. Yesterday Mr. Ho from Hunan delivered tea supplies and agreed to come this afternoon to listen to Pinghua and take out the drum board.
打个招客的例示，取出古板敲唱界，无事消闲扯淡，旧中滋味酸甜。古来108000年，以傻飞鸿去远。几阵狂风暴雨，各家虎杖龙船。
Make a profit by attracting customers. Take out the drum board and beat the song to introduce. Having nothing to do and gossiping will make you feel sour and sweet. It has been thousands of years, but it has disappeared in a blink of an eye. There were several violent storms, and various barracks and dragon boats were sailing.
争名夺利便失宣，让他沉团睡扁。升上芳草烟中寻粉黛，斜阳影里说英雄。今日来听老柳评话，里面古板铿锵，早已有人领教。相见大笑见。
The fight for fame and fortune made him fall asleep. Look for pink and white in the grass and smoke, and speak of heroes in the shadows of the setting sun. Today I came to listen to Lao Lu Ping's talk. The drums and drums in it were sonorous, and someone had already learned his lesson. Introduction to Meeting and Laughing.
看官具谓道：“独自在此，说与谁听？”丑，这说书是老汉的本业，譬如相公闲坐书斋，弹琴吟诗，都要人听吗？生肖界讲得有理。丑。
None of the officials have arrived, so I am here alone, telling no one to listen to. Ugly, storytelling is an old man's profession. For example, if your husband sits in his study, plays the piano and recites poems, does anyone want to listen? Xing Xiaojia makes sense. Ugly.
请问今日要听那一招故事？生，不拘何朝，你只捡着热闹爽快地说一回罢。丑，相公不知，那热闹局就是冷淡的根芽。
Which story do you want to hear today? Sheng, no matter what the occasion is, you can just say it lively and cheerfully. Ugly, my husband doesn't know, but that lively situation is the root of indifference.
爽快事就是牵缠的枝叶，倒不如把些圣水残山、孤臣孽子讲他几句，大家滴些眼泪罢。生叹介，可不料敬老你也看到这个田地，真可虑也。
Happy things are like tangled branches and leaves. It would be better to say a few words about the leftover mountains and lonely ministers, and make everyone shed some tears. Xing sighs, cough. Unexpectedly, Jing Lao, you have also seen this field, which is really worrying.
末半杨文聪急上，休叫铁锁沉江底，怕有将骑出石头。下官杨文聪有紧急大事，要寻侯兄计议，一路问来，知在此处，不免进入。见介生。
At the end, he pretended to be Yang Wensong and went up in a hurry. The iron chain of suspension of teaching sank to the bottom of the river, fearing that if the flag was lowered, a stone would appear. The lower official, Yang Wensong, has an urgent matter and wants to consult Brother Ho for advice. After asking all the way, he knew that if he was here, he would inevitably come in unexpectedly.
来得正好，大家听敬老评话。莫急介目下何等时候还听评话？生，龙老为何这样惊慌？莫，兄还不知吗？左良玉领兵东下，要抢南京。
It's just the right time for everyone to listen and respect the elders. Sujasuk, at this time, I still listen to plain words. Sheng, why is Mr. Long so panicked? It's just the right time for everyone to listen and respect the elders. Sujasuk, at this time, I still listen to plain words. Sheng, why is Mr. Long so panicked? Last, brother, don't you know that Zhuo Liangyu led his troops eastward to capture Nanjing?
且有窥伺北京之意。本兵雄名誉束手无策，故此托地前来，恳求妙计。生，小弟有何计策？莫，久闻尊翁老先生乃宁南之恩帅，若肯发一手谕。
And there is the intention of spying on Beijing. My soldier Xiong Mingyu was at a loss, so he asked his brother to come and ask for some advice. What's your plan, little brother? And, I have heard for a long time that Mr. Zun Wang is the benefactor of Ningnan. If you are willing to issue an edict,
必能退却。不知足下主意若何？生，这样好事怎肯不做？但家父霸政邻居，纵肯发书，未必有计。且往返3000里，何以解目前之危？莫。
we'll be able to retreat. Don't know what to do. Sheng, how could he not do such a good deed? But my father retired from politics and lived in the forest. Even if he was willing to publish books, it might not be helpful. And if we travel 3,000 miles back and forth, how can we solve the current crisis? End.
吾兄素称豪侠，当此国家大事，其人做事，何不代写一书，且就目前，令日禀明尊翁，料不见责也。生，应急权变，倒也可行，待我回谕其稿。
My brother has always been known as a heroic hero. How can I bear to sit back and watch this important national event? Why don't you write a book on your behalf to save the present? If you report it to the wise man someday, you won't be blamed. Emergency contingency is feasible. I will start the draft when I return to my apartment.
大家商量。莫，事不宜迟，即刻发书，还恐无急，那里等得商量？生，既是如此，就此修书便了。写书界一封书，老夫于不揣，劝将军自存才。
Let's discuss it. And, it's not too late to issue the letter immediately. I'm afraid it won't be in time. We'll wait for discussion there. Student, if this is the case, then just revise the book. Write a book introduction. A letter, I am foolish and I advise the general to think for himself.
旌旗且慢来，兵出无名道路猜。高帝刘都灵数在，谁敢轻将马足喜？伐良柴，善安排，一片忠心穷莫改。写完莫看见，妙妙。写得机械婉转。
Wait a moment for the flag. The soldiers are guessing on the unknown road. Emperor Gao had left the capital with mausoleum trees, but who would dare to put his horse to the curb? He was short of food and firewood, but he was good at making arrangements, and he was so loyal that he could not change it. Finish writing, don't read the introduction at the end, wonderful. Written passionately and tactfully.
有情有理，叫他不好不依，又不敢不依，足见师兄经济。生，虽如此说，还该送与熊大司马，细加改正，方为万妥。莫，不必烦扰。
It is reasonable and reasonable to ask him not to obey, but he dare not to obey, which shows that Shixiang is economical. Sheng, having said this, it should be sent to Xiong de Sima to make detailed corrections before it is completely correct. And, don't bother.
待小弟说与他变了。筹借只是一件，书虽有了，须差一的当家人早记为妙。生，小弟轻装薄油，只带2个童子，那能下得书来？莫，这样秘书。
Just wait until the younger brother tells him. Chojia, it's just one thing. Even though I have the book, it would be best if the person in charge who is missing one should send it early. My little brother travels lightly, with only 2 children, so I can get as many books as I can. And, this is the secret letter.
岂是生人可以去得？生，这却没法了。丑，不必着忙，让我老柳走一遭何如？莫，敬老肯去，妙得很了。 只是一路盘结，也不是当耍的。丑
How can a stranger get there? Sheng, there is nothing we can do about it. Ugly, don't be too busy, just let me, Lao Lu, go away for a while. And, respecting the old man and being willing to go is wonderful, just cross-examining him all the way is not a joke. Ugly. How can a stranger get there? Sheng, there is nothing we can do about it. Ugly, don't be too busy, just let me, Lao Lu, go away for a while. And, respecting the old man and being willing to go is wonderful, just cross-examining him all the way is not a joke. Ugly.
不瞒老爷说，我柳麻子本姓曹，虽则身长9尺，却不肯食素而已。那些随机应变的口头，左冲右挡的履历，都还有些儿。圣
To tell you the truth, my surname is Lu Motzi. Although I am 9 feet tall, I refuse to eat millet. The verbal ability to adapt to changing situations and the physical strength to rush left and right are still there. Born.
闻得左良玉君门严肃，山人游客一概不容擅入。你这般老态，如何去的？丑，相公又来激俺了，这是俺说书的熟套子。我老汉要去就行。
I heard that Zhuoliangyu's military gate was serious and no visitors or visitors from the mountain were allowed to enter without permission. How did you get there if you are so old? Ugly, my husband is here to provoke me again. I heard that Zhuoliangyu's military gate was serious and no visitors or visitors from the mountain were allowed to enter without permission. How did you get there if you are so old? Ugly, my husband is here to provoke me again. This is my familiar storyteller trick. As long as my old man wants to go.
不去就止，那在乎一击之力。奇闻界北斗鹌鹑，你那里笔下周文，我这里胸中画策。舌战群雄，让俺不才；柳毅传书，何妨下海？丢却俺的痴似。
If it doesn't stop, it depends on the strength of the stimulus. Kiwenji. Beta Quail, where you write the prose, I here draw the plans. Chatting with the heroes will make me incompetent. Louis passes the letter, why not go to the sea? Forget my dementia.
用着俺的诙谐，巧去名来，万人喝彩。莫，果然好个本领，只是书中意思，还要你明白解说，才能有记。子花而序，丑，书中意不需细解，何用明白？
Use my humor to quietly come and go, and be cheered by thousands of people. And, it's really a good skill, but the meaning in the book needs you to understand and explain it in order to be helpful. Purple Flower Preface, Ugly, the meaning in the book does not need to be explained in detail, so why do you understand it clearly?
废俺纯赛，一双空手也去当差，也会倭乖。凭着俺舌尖把他的人马骂开，仍倒回800里外。生，你怎地骂他？丑，则问他防贼自作贼。
Fee my lips and cheeks. Even if you go on an errand with nothing, you will still behave well. With the tip of my tongue, I scolded his men and horses away, but they still fell back 800 miles away. Student, why did you scold him? Ugly, asked him to guard against thieves and commit thieves himself.
该也不该。生，好，好，好，比俺的书字还说得明白。莫，你快进去收拾行李，俺替你送盘缠来。今夜务必出城才好。朝，晓得，晓得。拱手戒。
It should and should not. Okay, Okay, okay. It's clearer than my calligraphy. And, go in quickly and pack your luggage. I'll bring you the money. You must leave the city tonight. Ugly, I know, I know. Gong Shuji.
不得奉陪了。静下默，竟不知柳敬亭是个有用之才。生，我常夸他是我辈中人，说书乃其余继耳。尾生一封书信全一带，仗柳生舌尖口快。
No more companionship. Exit. And, I didn't know that Lu Jingting was a useful talent. Sheng, I always praise him as a man of my generation, and storytelling is his other skill. And a letter is written in a timely manner, relying on Yagyu Sheng's quick tongue.
祖回那莽元帅万马陈霜，保住这好江城三山默哀。默，一指咸于汉马才。生，荆州无复战船开。默，从来名士夸江左。生，挥主金灯拜将台。
Block the return of Marshal Mang, thousands of horses and morning frost, and protect the twilight mist of the 3 mountains of Haojiang City. And, a piece of virtuous talent, born, Jingzhou has no more warships, and, famous people have always praised Jiangzhou, born, has waved his troops and now ascends to the general station.
第11处，投缘癸未9月境，复境办2卒上境，杀贼拾贼囊，救民占民房，当官领官仓，一兵吃3两。复境如今不是这样唱了。境，你唱来。
The 11th chapter, Throwing the Chariot, in the 9th month of Guiwei. Jing and Fu Jing pretend to be 2 soldiers. Jing, kill thieves and pick up their bags, save the people and occupy their houses, and serve as officials. In the warehouse, 1 soldier eats 3 grains. Fu Jing, it's not sung like this now. Jing, come and sing.
复境，贼凶少气囊，民逃胜空房，官穷不开仓，千兵无一粮。境，这等说，我们这穷兵当真要饿死了。复境，也差不多哩。境，前日鼓噪之时。
Deputy Jing, the thieves rarely abandon their bags, the people flee and are left with empty houses, the officials are too poor to open their warehouses, and thousands of soldiers have no food. Jing, if you say this, we poor soldiers will really starve to death. Fu Jing, is almost the same. Net, when there was a lot of noise the day before yesterday.
元帅着忙，需俺们救粮南京，这几日不见动静，想又变卦了。父亲，他变了卦，俺们依旧鼓噪，有何难哉？竟，闲话少说，且到辕门点卯，再做商量。
The marshal is busy, and he promised us to go to Nanjing. There has been no movement in the past few days, and he has changed his mind again. Fu Jing, he changed his mind, but we are still making noise, so what's the problem? Jing, stop chatting and go to the camp gate to discuss things further.
正是不怕扼杀，谁肯犯法？据下北新水令，丑办柳敬亭，背包裹上走出了空林落叶响萧萧，一丛丛芦花红了。倒戴着接篱帽，横挎着战炉刀。
It is precisely who is willing to break the law if he is not afraid of being starved to death. Both. Beixin Shui Ling, ugly disguised as Lu Jingting, carrying a bag. Walking out of the empty forest, the fallen leaves rustled, and there were clusters of reeds and red polygonum. Wearing a Chongsam hat upside down and a Zhonglu knife across it.
白髯儿飘飘，谁认得诙谐玩世东方老？ 俺柳敬亭冲锋冒雨，沿江行来，并不见乱兵抢粮，想是讹传了。且喜已到武昌城外。
With a fluttering white beard, he looks like a witty and cynical Oriental old man. I, Lu Jingting, braved the wind and rain and walked along the river. I didn't see any soldiers robbing food. I thought it was a rumor. I'm glad to have arrived outside Wuchang.
不免在这草地下打开包裹，换了靴帽，好去投书。坐地换靴帽界南部不交，附近境上小雨城边鸡屋叫，来往荒烟道，军营办理遥。致戒。
I couldn't help but open the package under the grass and change my boots and hat so that I could post my book. Sit on the ground and change boots and hats. Namba Bujiao, Deputy Jing, Jingshang, hungry crows scream at the edge of Xiaoyu City, and there is a deserted smoke road, half a mile away from the military camp. Introduction.
风卷旌旗，鼓角缥缈，前面是辕门了，大家暂行几步。恶妇好难熬，还点3-8毛。筹旗拱戒，两位将爷，借问一声，那是将军辕门。
The flags were blowing in the wind, and the horns of drums were misty. In front of us was the camp gate, and everyone walked a few steps. It's so hard to be hungry, so I still order 3.5 times. Ugly Qi Gongjia, 2 generals, may I ask, is that the general's gate?
竟向附近司语介，这个老儿是江北语音，不是逃兵就是流贼。附近何不收拾起来，诈他几文，且买饭吃？敬妙。附近问介，你巡将军衙门吗？臭。
Jing whispered to Deputy Jing, this old man speaks Jiangbei dialect and is either a deserter or a bandit. Fu Jing, why don't you pack it up, defraud him of a few pennies, and buy some food? Jing, wonderful. Asked by Deputy Jing, are you looking for the general's yamen? Ugly.
正是。敬，待我送你去。丢绳套住丑戒，丑，呵呀，怎么拿起我来了？附近，俺们是武昌营专管巡逻的工兵，不拿你，拿谁呀？丑推二敬倒地，只笑介。
Exactly. Jing, wait for me to send you there. Throwing the rope around Chojia, Cho, haha. Why did you pick me up? Vice Jing, we are the archers of the Wuchang battalion who specialize in patrolling. If I don't take you, who will I take? Cho Tui Irjing fell to the ground, pointing to Shao Jia.
两个没眼色的花子，怪不得饿得东倒西歪的。敬，你怎晓得我们挨饿？丑，不为你们挨饿，我为何到此？父亲，这等说来，你敢是借粮来的吗？丑。
Two lookless Hanako, no wonder they staggered around hungry. Jing, how do you know we are hungry? Ugly, if I don't starve for you, why am I here? Fu Jing, speaking of which, do you dare to come here to relieve the burden? Ugly.
不是借粮的，是做神的。敬，翠，我们瞎眼了，快搬行李送老哥辕门去。附近，竟同丑行界北折桂令，丑，你看成枕着江水滔滔，鹦鹉洲阔。
It's not about digesting food, it's about doing things. Net, sigh. We are blind. Quickly move your luggage and send me to the camp. Fu Jing, Jing Tong Cho Xingjia. Beija Guiling, Cho, you see the city rests on the surging river, and the Parrot Island is wide.
黄鹤楼高，鸡犬寂寥，人烟惨淡，市井萧条。都只把豺狼喂饱，好将城划破土抛。满耳呼号，皮鼓声雄，铁马嘶叫。附近只见这是帅府辕门了。
The yellow crane tower is high. The chickens and dogs are lonely, the population is desolate, and the market is depressed. They only feed the jackals, and the good river city is broken and the picture is thrown away. The ears are full of howling, the sound of drums and drums is loud, and the iron horses are arrogant. Vice President Jing Zijiu, this is the gate of the Marshal's mansion.
换届，老哥在此等候，待我传鼓。击鼓界莫办中军关上，封拜为之元帅大，征诸不让帝王尊。问界，门外击鼓，有何军情？速速报来。敬。
Xiaojia, brother is waiting here, waiting for me to pass on the drums. Drumming to introduce. Finally pretending to be an officer of the Central Military Commission, enter. I only know that the marshal is great, but he will not be honored by the emperor if he conquers and punishes him. Ask the introduction. Drums are playing outside the door. If you have any military information, please report it as soon as possible. Net.
是在训地捉了一个面生可疑之人，口称借粮到此，未知真假，拿赴辕门，听候发落。莫问丑介，你称借粮到此，有何公文？丑，没有公文。
At this time, a suspicious-looking person was caught in the flood area. He claimed that the food was here, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. He took it to the camp gate and waited for his fate. Final question to Chojia. What official document do you have to say that the grain has been delivered here? Ugly, there is no official document.
只有书函。莫，这就可疑了。南江洱水，你的北来亦废推敲，一封书信无名号，荒唐言语多虚冒，凭空何处军粮道？无端左支右笤，看他神情。
There are only letters. And this is suspicious. Nanjiang heirs we, your intention to come from the north is a waste of time. A letter has no name, and the absurd words are full of lies. The military rations arrived out of thin air. He changed his mind for no reason and looked at his expression.
大抵非逃即道。朝，此话差矣。若是逃道，为何自寻辕门？莫，说的也是。既有书函，待我替你传进。丑，这是一封密书，要当面交与元帅的。莫。
Most of them had